Hiya. How are you, chat? It's good to see you. Who would have thought it would be cold enough for me to wear a dressing gown today? I'm taking it off pretty soon. I'm taking it off right now, right this second, because as soon as I go live, I can just feel the very slight heat of the light on me. It's a big, you know, it's a studio light, right? So I thought, oh, it'll probably be fine. It'll probably be fine, but of course it wasn't. So there you go. That's that. But it is, isn't it? Because of my mum today, and she said her heating came on in a house today. And it's like, what happened? What fucking happened, man? I was dying. What are you talking about? I was dying last week, like the week before. All of a sudden, it is just completely tolerable and fine and mild and normal. There's wind and everything. The UK happened, yeah. Gel is still barely able to wear clothes without sweat running down my ass crack down here. SSRIs don't help with that, but sure. Oh no, yeah, sure. In the south, it's much worse. Yeah, yeah, it's much worse. But it's in the it's in the 10s today. I don't know exactly what the temperature is in Manchester. Let's take a quick look. Met Office. Yeah, 17 degrees in the next hour, but it certainly hasn't felt like that all day at all. So, yeah, well, it says the daily high felt like 16 degrees, and it's because of the wind, obviously. Yeah, it was positively cold with the wind chill today, yeah. That's what it felt like. So, apparently it's 17 degrees, and the humidity is still quite high, but I'm not feeling it at all. It feels great. I feel fine. And I think that's also why I was so tired yesterday, because I'm still tired today. And I think that what it is that I've spoken to loads of people. I've spoken to a friend today. I've spoken to my mum. I've spoken to my dad. Everyone that I've spoken to is exhausted. And I think that that's probably because most people have been able to actually have a decent night's sleep, maybe last night or the night before. And now it's all just catching up with everybody. And our bodies are saying, yes, you must sleep while you can. But capitalism calls, you know, even though I just absolutely could not have streamed yesterday. Not in a month of Sundays. There was no way. I was so fucking tired. It was ridiculous. I couldn't even think straight. I could barely think straight today. I don't know what the fuck is going on. It must just be what I said. But hey, welcome everybody in the stream. Welcome in Atomic. Welcome Gomya Mama. Welcome in Tejan. Thank you for the 36 months at tier 1. Let's go. It's 3 years. 3 fucking years, big ears. Nini161, welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. Tejan says, gonna stay with a friend in one of those towns that still has Welsh as their first language. Very excited to experience a proper Wales experience. Oh, you're fucked. You're absolutely fucked, man. Unless you've been learning Welsh, it's over. It's Jova for you, man. Outside it's saying 20, but the house is still saying 25 because it's insulated terrace housing. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's the main thing that our infrastructure, in terms of housing infrastructure, needs in the UK is a way to get the heat out when it is cold. I mean, in theory, the windows being open should make that happen, because hot air likes to dissipate into cold air so that it can expand, right? That's often what happens. Like, when I put the Bangladeshi board on the window, the first thing that happened is this room got really warm. And I was wondering why that would be. I was like, well, the hot air is coming into this room and it's getting compressed and then expanding, which means it's cooling. So why is it so warm in this room? Oh, because it's cooler in the rest of the house because it's all rushing into this room. So yeah, it's that's what that is. Red Bear, how are you doing? Welcome in. Atomic says, I remember when me and some mates went looking around castles in North Wales. The moment some people noticed we were English in a pub, they immediately switched to Welsh. Oh, yeah, for sure, yeah. That only happened one time I can remember, though. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, that's totally good. It's good and fine that Welsh people do that, right? That's why I was saying you fucked. Because there's just no way you'll be able to know what's going on. I won't be able to say much. My friend is a native Cumbric speaker, so I'll have to rely on him. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100%. You'll learn some stuff. And what can I say to you? Yeah, yesterday didn't get anything done. Very, very tired. Very, very exhausted all day. All fucking day. You know when you just have that feeling around your eyes where it's like your eyes feel kind of... I don't even know how to describe it. It's like your eyes are sort of not burning, not hot, but you just feel like a lot of fucking, I don't know, bad energy. There's a lot of bad energy around your eyes. Heavy, I think, is the right way to say it. Yeah. And I got a little bit of that today, but yesterday it was just, I was just like, oh. I was sat on the couch playing some Mario Kart, and my eyes just kept closing and like falling asleep tiny little bits. And I was so excited when I got into bed last night because it was just, oh my god, I could get into bed. I had to get out of it after a while after I warmed up, but I could get into bed. I was under the duvet. It was fantastic. I was buzzing. So there you go. Really good stuff. When I'm tired from not enough sleep, I find that my face goes numb. Yeah, for real. Anyway, I'm looking forward to this weekend. I've got a bunch of stuff on, and gonna be hanging out with one of my mates this Saturday, which is nice. And then tomorrow I'm gonna be hanging out as well. He said that he would pay for me to go to this reggae night, which was very, very kind. We're gonna play some snooker, and he said that there's a reggae night on. Would you like to go? I said, brother, I'd love to, but I'm literally skint. I missed a bunch of days of work last week because of the cat, and also I'd missed some days the week before as well, so I'm kind of fucked. And he was like, I'll pay to get you in, so that might be nice. So we'll see. There's been a lot of chaos on the trains in Manchester today, I think. What do you mean? Chaos on the trains? What is it in the news? Manchester trains. Power failure causes major rail disruption in northern England. 43 minutes ago. You are kidding me. I'm supposed to be getting a train to see my mate on... Oh my god. Yeah, great. Yeah, great. Yeah, just keep approving AI data centers, Andy. Just keep approving AI data centers. Just keep doing it. Just keep doing it, dog. It'll go really well and everyone will really like it. I mean, this is what needs to be named. When we speak to our neighbors, we have to say, you know why the trains have gone down, don't you? Because they're approving all these AI data centers and they use way too much power. They use fucking 1 million homes worth of power or some shit. Our system can't deal with this. It just can't deal with it. So, there you go. Major power failure at Manchester Piccadilly. Incredible. Northwest Rail is at a standstill. 2-hour delays. Wow. Not only do you use all that power, it's for basically nothing. Yeah, literally nothing useful. It's for a speculative market that is going down the fucking pan. And I'm very excited to take a look at the stock market because I've been thinking about that ever since Tuesday when someone in chat, was it Wolvi Raza, said that the South Korean market went to shit. They went to shit. And that's the canary in the coal mine. I've been dying to look at the stock market ever since then. It might not show the things that I want to see, but we'll have a look and we'll find out. And of course, something that came up yesterday, maybe we should take a look at this pretty early as well. There's something that we've been talking about in the UK on the Mule stream for a long time. Hey, Slick Stick Stock, how you doing? RT Clearance, what's up? Welcome in. I have to take issue with the stream title. Trump has reassured us we have massive amounts of missiles. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Microsoft announced the majority of their profits from AI were all from one customer, OpenAI. Cracking. That's cracking. That's so good. That's so good. I did something cool. I joined the Democratic Socialists of Canada. Good stuff. Are they more based? Are they more? What do they do? What are they all about? I don't know anything about the DSC. The DSC. Tell me a little bit about them, Slick Stick Stoke. I want to hear about it. Remind me, what does an Ouroboros do? Yeah, exactly. It's just crazy. But yeah, no, I wanted to take a little look at this before, maybe before we get started. I don't know. Let's take a quick look, eh? Britain can face food shortages as drought continues, farmers warn. Farmers battle to salvage what they can of their crops as the heat wave sets to continue. Now, don't be confused, chat, because this is not just because of the drought in the south. I mean, that has absolutely fucked a bunch of crops, but particularly the crops that it's fucked up are, from what I know, it's probably going to mention it in the article, it's oats, I think. Let's take a little read. Britain could face shortages of certain foods after punishing drought in parts of England. The National Farmers Unions warned as a heat wave was forecast to continue into next week. The UK's Health Secretary has issued heat health alerts, 8 regions. In some areas, it's not rained for over a month. Yep, that's right. Devon's not had rain for 50 days. Due to food shortages, asked the Prime Minister to take action. The countries around the world will currently rely on produce our food and vegetables. Their climates are changing as well. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, when you've got the National Farmers Union saying this, this is like the National Landlord Association, yeah? This guy voted for Brexit without a shadow of a doubt, Tom Bradshaw. Like, I guarantee it. So these people saying this, being like, yeah, the climate's changing, bro. Like, yeah, man. Mares eat oats, does eat... No, it's mares eat moats, does eat oats, and little lambs eat ivy. Yeah. Is it mares eat oats? Mares eat oats, does eat moats. So there's moats in there somewhere. And moats is like M-O-T-E-S. Anyway. We had rain for the first time in my memory yesterday morning. It was such a relief. Yeah. I don't even know, man. Yeah, I thought you were American. I don't know. I'm fucking... That's like an American thing. Can I link it instead? Yeah. Of course you can, Slick Stick Stuck. Let's take a look at it. Those other countries... Yeah, so, you know, they're saying their climates are changing, right? They're changing. A Kiddly Ivy too, wouldn't you? Yeah, it's the song that Leland Palmer sings when he's going insane, isn't he? Climate breakdown is exacerbating extreme weather conditions such as droughts. This summer, the Met Office reported that England has had 8% of its average rainfall for July. It is likely to confirm the driest July on record. About 23 million people across England and Wales are under a hosepipe ban. UK HSA has issued amber heat health alerts. Here we go. Cereals such as wheat and barley have been particularly affected, the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board said. The first harvest report of 2026 said the hot weather had resulted in the earliest harvest since records began. So this means that it's going to be flour and oat and other cereals, right? Barley. So, you know, you're not going to get your fucking cornflakes, I guess. Well, they're made out of corn. Wait, what would be, I don't know, what would be like a cereal that wheat's made out of? Wheat? Shredded wheat? As a knock-on effect on animal feed, yes. No, of course, bread. The main thing is bread, right? Yeah, Weetabix. Yeah. Hey, Duck Authority. Welcome in. Hello, B-Rat. Hello, Duck Authority. Good to see you. So, it's crazy. Thank you for the 105 consecutive streams watched, B-Rat. Legendary. Dupin. Exactly. Anthony Hopkins, the AHDB's Director of Cereals and Oilseeds, said across much of the UK, combines have been rolling earlier to avoid the most extreme daytime temperatures. Cereal yields have been below the 10-year average so far, with farms experiencing significant reductions following successive years of difficult weather and rising costs. Now, chat, another key part of this to remember is that monoculture agriculture is, of course, going to feel the burn of this far more significantly, right? Because this is what happens when you do slash and burn agriculture. So slash and burn agriculture, it's when you cut down a bunch of trees, burn the land, burn the stumps, burn all the weeds, and you turn it into a monoculture field, and you might do like a 4-crop rotation. And our soil in general has been battered by this for the last fucking 500 years. You know, this is how it's been for the last 500 years in the UK, at least in all the different countries in the UK. So, yeah, pounded at the plows. Hey, Mushy, yeah, permaculture for the win for sure. Hello, Bubble, as well. Welcome in. And aggregate grain is one of the main products gets shipped all around the world as well. Yeah, so the economy is going to do even worse. Yeah. Yeah. And, if you have a permaculture setup where you have various other plants that are, for example, growing taller than the wheat, they are green, so they absorb the sunlight better, even though they will get a bit fried in the heat still, regardless, they will work together. Yeah, there's a lot of permaculture heads that know more about it than I do, but what I know is when you look at the pictures in the UK of like the heat and the drought and how it affects people, you can even see it in this image. If you take a look here, right? Look at the land that is like near the trees, right? The trees are all still pretty green because trees are the best, plant. It's a plant, obviously. It's a tree, it's a plant, whatever, it's vegetation that can absorb sunlight, it can absorb heat, it literally like converts it into cool air with the shade. It's not cool air, but you know what I mean, like the shade underneath it keeps everything cool. Even if some of the plants down here can't really get that much sun, they are, chilling around in the shade and they're not getting fried by the sun. So, they're doing better just, sort of further off. And you can see like the huge hedgerow here. It'll all be greener over there. The grass that's running in the middle of these fields is suffering. Trees are far more resilient. Correct. Yes. It's because you punch some blocks, now the water is free-flowing, like in Pokopia. Yeah, exactly. Everyone just has to do Pokemon Pokopia. Forests are the best way to preserve moisture in soil. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. It has far-reaching effects beyond the tree line as well. Like, literally beyond the tree line. Hello, Crescent, as well. Good to see you. So, that game has taken over my life, thank you. Yeah, it's great though, isn't it? It's mint. Just enjoy it. Senior analyst at the AHTB said, at this stage, emerging picture points to disappointing cereal yields in many areas, but will gain a clearer understanding as the harvest continues. Farming is becoming unprofitable as the government removes the EU-derived subsidies that once kept the industry afloat. Thanks, Brexit. And the climate crisis causes extreme weather that can wipe out any profits from crops. Damn, dude, it sounds like we need something that Jeremy Corbyn spoke about, which is the National fucking Food Service. Damn, dude, it sounds like we need to nationalize the fucking farming industry and turn it into permaculture. Ridiculous. Even digging wood into the ground to rot will make droughts less impactful. Yeah. It's like a Hugel culture. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called. It's something like a hummus layer. All I remember from Hugel culture is a hummus layer. And it's not hummus. It's just like it's something. I don't know what it is. I don't understand. There's like a... Let me see if I can find the diagram. Hugel culture diagram. Here we go. I just love that it says hummus layer. It's like, what do you mean, bro? Also, it kind of looks like those biological diagrams of penises, where it's like, here's the skin, here's the meat, and here's the veins. There you go, hummus layer. Hummus versus hummus. I mean, you could probably make hummus with hummus. Oh! Cheeky little cross section, exactly. Hello, I'm sorry. Hello, Lax Headroom, and hello, Marcoots. Welcome in, everybody. How are you? And Vordrella, hello. Did I say hi to Vord? And Trunks, hello. Good to see everybody. Here is Glands. Yeah. Raw Girth Minerals, hello. How you doing? Yeah, so, you basically slam some dead, dying stuff, all of this. Turp the grass face down. And then stuff over the top, and then you grow permaculture crops on there like that, a mix of crops all together. I don't know how much of an economic indicator it is, but the areas Luna and I forage from have been a lot more foraged this year. Yeah, that's a pretty high-level recession indicator, yes. I would love to go foraging with you and Luna, by the way. I mentioned Luna eating dandelion root. Literally the last stream I did. Hey, ground level news. How you doing? Good to see you. I've done a lot of beds like this. It's great. Yeah, we need to be getting on it just as a whole species. Hello, Anglo-Punk. Good to see you. I've got to do a lot of this in swale in a scale pattern stuff because the rain is so violent when it dumps as it now does. Yes, that's another thing as well. The rain just gets more intense. Yeah, there's going to be, like, if you think the summer has been bad, chat, the winter is going to be insane in this country. It's going to be so fucking insane. Yes, there's going to be tons of flooding. So there's also going to be that to contend with. Yeah, they're going to be real fucking bad. So, you know, but also great opportunity to get some fucking, you know, get some water bungs and capture some rainfall, keep it in some big tanks in your gaff or outside your gaff. Look, you know, just in case shit gets bad. Not bongs, bungs, whatever they're called. Butts. Actually, they're called a butt of water. Right? 5 centimeters of rain in no time. Yeah. Yeah. You know, just get like a pine branch. A pine branch and use that as a filter. Natural filter. My mum has 2 butts. Good for her. Good for her. Hard to predict with the Atlantic cold blob because AMOC is collapsing. Yeah, but I think it probably will, right? Yeah, there's a reason I didn't read that. Yeah, I don't, yeah. There's a reason I didn't read that, Anglo-Punk. Valerie, lovely Italian, how are you doing? Welcome in. I have a foraged blackberry and nettle pie filling on the hob right now. That's so good. Yeah, that's so good. Yeah, I want to go and get some rowan berries. I want to get some rowan berries, blackberries, and all that kind of business. So yeah, huge recession indicator. Anyway, let's take more of a look at this. Gavin Lane, the president of the Country Land and Business Association, warned that for many farmers, this could be their last harvest. He said, farmers are telling us this is the worst harvest in years. A sodden winter followed by drought has left wheat at half its usual height and some crops not worth harvesting. This is the 3rd drought in 5 years. What was once extraordinary is becoming part of farming in Britain, and government must start planning for it. We know that proper government investment in resilient farming systems from reservoirs to wildlife protection could help farmers cope with these new extremes. It's a bit more than that, dude. It's a bit more than reservoirs and wildlife protection. Come on, Doug. Mental. Yeah, if only someone had warned us about this. Farmers have shown again and again they can adapt and deliver solutions, but resilience has limits. If we want them to keep feeding the country, they need proper support. Listen, I'm being so serious. All the farmers that these motherfuckers are talking about in this article have millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds in the bank. They are not people who go in the field every day and fucking sow and reap and all this shit. They're just people who hire migrants and don't fucking pay them anything to pick crops, to do all the work for them. They make them live in a fucking caravan on the fucking site. It's absurd. It's completely fucking absurd. It's like, the farmers can be resilient and resilience has limits. Spend more money! Pay your fucking workers better! Organize your fucking crops better! Don't be capitalist! Insane. Completely insane. Polly Ashmore, an acting consultant in public health at the UK HSA, said periods of hot weather could result in serious health outcomes. Yep, absolutely. All of this, yep. Correct. So there you go. So I wanted to get into that just real quick. You know, you heard it here first on the djmuel stream because we heard it on some video that we watched. I can't remember. Yeah, you know, like I said, I've been saying when you go for your weekly shop or however often you do your shop, when you pop to the shops, just buy an extra can of canned vegetables. You know, you want to have at least 2 colors. You want to maybe have like carrots and peas. You know, those are like common canned veg. Carrots, peas, chickpeas, stuff that has protein in it, rice, bag of rice. Go to the world food section, get a big bag of rice like Asian families get, yeah. And yeah, that, you know, that's what you gotta do. That's what you gotta do. Magana's been really rough this year. We had a lot of diseases come through this year. It's been record-breaking hot and dry. Yeah, I believe it. Might take a late-night trip to the shops to stock up a bit. Yeah, I mean, I know it, again, it's hard. Don't panic, right? This is the thing to remember. Don't panic. But, yes, you need to... Yeah, you gotta just buy an extra bit of Scran every time you go. No, I mean, it's not about hoarding. Like, we've all been talking about, like, just getting some food to last you, right? No, don't get toilet paper. No. Don't get toilet paper. Just wash your ass in the shower. If you run out of toilet paper, just get that ass in the shower. Get it in the sink. Soap, water, towel, done. Yeah? Go to the Asian shop and get one of the 20 kilo bags of rice if you have space. Yeah. I got a 5 kilo one the other day, yeah. I hope you got some rest and recovery. Thanks, Mama B. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Mung beans in a mason jar. Sprout your own bean sprouts. Takes 4 days. Nice, Mushy. Yeah. There's all kinds of stuff you could do. Get creative. Yeah, amino acid profiles are a bunk science. You don't need to worry about things being full proteins or whatever, yeah. I'm a pantry stocker. You have to check dates, eat your old stuff, and refresh every few years. Don't want that stale, shelf-stable stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Wrap some stuff in cling film, you know? Buckwheat is delicious. I support getting buckwheat. Hell yeah. So there you go. Mushy has got an e-bike with a solar panel, which is very, very clever, that charges the fucking e-bike. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So, you know, wrong person to go for with the horse and carriage bit, to be honest. I keep the nuts, seeds, fats in the freezer or the fridge. Something wrong with my brain, man. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. There was fuck all sunshine today, however. It doesn't matter. Solar panels still work. Depending on how efficient they are, they still work. It just has to be bright. Like, the UV gets through the clouds. You could get burned in, you know, if you're like me, you could get a sunburn in this weather with the clouds covering the fucking sun. That's happened to me. It happened to me like fucking 3 weeks ago, to be honest. No, less time. So, you know, this shit works. Alright, chat. Let's have a look at some funny stuff. Abdul El Sayed won in Michigan, didn't he? Won the primary in Michigan. And you know me, I'm not huge on electoralism, but I do think it's funny seeing how some of these people are reacting. I just want to start by having a look at this preamble prediction by John Fetterman, our favorite Republican. I did see how much AIPAC spent. What was it, like $20 million? Was it more? I don't know, $60 million or something? $60 million. $60 million. And Haley Stevens is just insane. Like, she's a horrible person. Like, just has said some completely horrible, evil shit about just all kinds of people. Like, I just remember she was saying like Nazi type shit or something in like a video that I watched. Again, I'm not, you know, I'm not hugely invested in this stuff, but that's what I saw. That's what I remember. Let's hear what Fetterman had to say. What is this, like the day of the election or whatever? I don't know.
Of most corporations. Now, Senator, I think I know you pretty well. I don't think you believe any of that.
I really don't know. But they're not ashamed to say these kinds of things. Abolish all of those things that are not viable. And now A. Syed, he just won. And I just want to issue a dare. Continue to campaign with Hassan Piker right now. You're in a general election now. I dare you. Keep campaigning with someone like Hassan Piker. If I was a Republican, I would just dump $20 million for ads.
Is he? Okay, this wasn't before the election. This was after. This was clearly today. I got it mixed up. But has he been watching my stream? Has he been watching my stream? Because this is the kind of thing I say to Republicans and establishment Democrats and the Labour Party, the Tories, Reform and everything. Whenever they start to talk about, whenever they use these talking points that are deathly unpopular, it's like, yeah, just keep doing this. Like, yeah, Andy Burnham, keep approving AI data centers, bro. Yeah, keep saber rattling against Russia. This is it's gonna go super well. It's gonna go really well for you. And he's doing that, but he's saying, now look, again, you can think what you think about, I don't know, Hassan, the Dems, Democratic Socialist of America, all that stuff. I don't care, as long as you're organizing as well, right? You know what I mean? You don't have a right to sit there and yell at people for organizing electorally if you're not joining your local tenant union or doing some kind of activism, right? That is about building power. But what I will say is that it is just extremely funny to see people like this losing their mind about it and being like, do it, I dare you. Oh, keep doing it. You're like, yeah, they probably will win, bro. Like, it just probably will happen. Like, there is a reason that people are voting for these people. And despite $60 million from AIPAC going to Haley Stevens, El Sayed won the fucking vote. That's how it works. Because people don't want those establishment politicians. They don't want people who support Israel. They certainly, don't want people who are openly advocating for Israel. So it's just such a laugh. It's so crazy. And then, of course, you've also got this freak this morning. My thoughts after this morning. Here he is.
Students across the state of Michigan are seeing the results come in from the Democratic primary. Throughout the campaign, ADL has called out nominee Abdul El Sayed for peddling in anti-Semitic tropes, saying things like the only reason that people support the state of Israel is money.
This is working. This is working. Keep doing it. Just keep doing it, Jonathan. Like, keep saying this stuff. Like, just... it's really working. This is why I'm saying, even when it's really not working, right? Even when it's really not working, they're just still trying to pretend that it works. I just don't understand. From NBC, the Federal Communications Commission, a government agency that regulates the broadcast airways, voted Thursday to eliminate a cap on the share of U.S. television households a single company could reach, a major move that could pave the way for more corporate consolidation in the media industry. People are just going to start chucking their TVs out the window, bro. What's the point in watching TV when it's just all the same network and it's all the same stuff? People are bored already. The only people that this kind of shit appeals to are boomers. It's ridiculous. Hello, conservative liberalism, and I think I missed TTK. Hello, 10 Tiny Kitten. Welcome in. How you doing? Yeah, 4 channels for an 80-channel package. I haven't had a TV in 15 years, yeah. I mean, I haven't watched TV in fucking years. I don't know how I watch the most mainstream TV on this fucking stream with you folks, right? It's sort of slop. I have no idea who watches live news, yeah. It's not just money, it's also race to do with racism. Green, black, and other Zionists can't stop themselves, their ideology. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's going to go on to say this now. He's going to say the only reason that people... he's saying... Abdul El Sayed says the only reason that people support Israel is money. He's going to go, that is anti-Semitic, and the real benefit of Israel is that we're stopping the brown hordes from invading Europe, right? And that's what they tried to prove when all those fucking people were at fucking Ceuta. Oh my God, 60,000 migrants in one day. Yes, that's definitely real. That's definitely fucking real, dude. That's definitely not like a bunch of people who got given $1,000, a bunch of kids who got given $1,000 to go and fucking like try and, I don't know, swim the Straits of Gibraltar or whatever. That's why they keep calling it the only democracy in the Middle East. Yeah, exactly. My neighbor lady always talks to me about the news. It cracks me up every time. Yeah, it's so good, right? It's like, just go outside. Just go outside. Just go outside. But hello, Baldwin, as well. Welcome in. It's good to see you all. Right, let's crack on.
Or for campaigning with notorious bigot Hassan Piker. Campaign trail rhetoric and actions send clear signals about what a person believes and what a political party thinks is permissible.
This is so
As
good.
ADL works to protect, advocate, and educate in order to serve the Jewish community, to fight anti-Semitism and hate of all kinds. We will continue.
Except Islamophobia. We're fine with that. We're fine with Islamophobia and anti-black racism, but we don't do that as much. But it's there. It's there.
To call out politicians and parties that traffic in anti-Semitism, that dress up bigotry with the disguise of social justice. We are not going to stop. And we will keep calling on political leaders and candidates from both parties to reject anti-Semitism.
It's
and to commit to combating it whenever and wherever it occurs.
Orb the Best says, "Sir, may I respectfully guess your age?" I don't know. You could just try engaging in the chat like a normal person and say, "Hi, how are you?" But I don't know. Do whatever you want. I'm 11/16 right now. Oh, you're trying to insult me. You're saying I'm a child, yeah? This is my destiny. See you later, chatter. Okay, so hello Ethia, how are you doing? Welcome in. There you go. There are some reactions to El Sayed winning the primary last night. Now we're going to take a look at stock market, and I've been very excited to see this. It might not show what I want it to show. It might not be showing it. But I think that this is going down. I think that the oil prices are coming down because of Iran and Oman getting the negotiations straightened out on what they're going to do with the Strait of Hormuz. So we're currently at $77. It all kind of makes sense to me now, right? It all kind of makes sense to me now as to why it dropped down so significantly, because it's like, oh yeah, well the USA doesn't have enough missiles to fight the war. And now Iran and Oman are saying, yeah mate, we're going to control the Strait of Hormuz, so oil is going to be getting out of there. And it's going to be open, but it's nothing to do with America. Which is why it's still not, you know, dropping to pre-war levels. Obviously, the war is still on. And that's what it is. I wonder if there's anything else we can see today. Any difference here? WTI crude, it's, I guess, been gaining for most of the day. Yeah. It looks like most of the things have been... Most of the things that people are worried about with the Strait of Hormuz have been increasing in price. Iraq, Basra heavy, Basra medium. Yeah, Azerbaijan going up. Prices of oil going up across the board. 37-day delay from OPEC members. And obviously we know why that is. Take a look at the stock market map. What have we got going on here? Oh, I thought it was going to do thingy. So this is a 3-month performance. Google, Meta, and Tesla doing absolutely diabolically. This is significant because these are the Mag 7 companies. Chat, if you don't know what the Magnificent 7 companies are, I'm going to try and get them right. I'm pretty sure it's Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, and Meta, right? I'm pretty sure that it's those guys who are the Mag 7. So we have got 3 out of 4. Is it 3 out of 4? Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple. I think I'm missing one. Nvidia, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, Meta. Who's the other one? Who's the other one that I'm missing? Is it Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing? Is it them? Or is it like... I don't know. Well, anyway, you've got 3 of the Mag 7. You've got 3 of the Mag 7. And it sounds like a name they gave themselves. It's certainly a name that investors gave them. Yes, it's all part of the bubble, calling them the Magnificent 7. Oh, they do so well. they're doing so well in the stock market. It's just because they are the 7 companies that have the most, the biggest market share. That's all it is. Is Tesla one of them? Is it actually present? Because that's extremely funny, right? Because Tesla's doing the worst. Yeah, just passing the same $100 back and forth. Hey, Chud Destroyer. Yeah, so we got four of the Mag 7 that are doing terribly on a 3-month basis. Obviously, if you go a bit further back, they are performing a lot better. If we do a 1-year performance, Microsoft and Meta are the only ones that are doing badly. Tesla is not really increasing in share price, but you've got Nvidia, Apple, Amazon. They're still doing rather well. But looking at the way that things are going month-wise, you've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 again. 4 of the Mag 7 companies again doing bad. But also, more crucially, now this is super interesting, right? This is super interesting. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing, AMD, all of the fucking semiconductor companies are shitting the bed because of the Chinese semiconductor company that came out literally 2 weeks ago that had a 300% increase in value on its first day of trading, right? 300%. As soon as they started trading, it was to the moon, yeah? And the South Korean stock market is doing incredibly bad as well. You can see also here that there's another semiconductor sector down here, semiconductor equipment and materials. So this is rare earth materials. These are also doing bad as well. So, and this is the bread and butter for AI. Yeah, this is the bread and butter for AI. Because they need these chips in order, this is why we can't buy RAM, chat. This is why we haven't been able to buy new graphics cards for the last 5 fucking years. It's why we can't afford to buy RAM. It's why we can't afford to buy, processors. SpaceX down 25%. Yeah, this is because they flew a rocket into the moon yesterday, right? Isn't that a thing that happened? Like, they did it again? Weren't they saying, it was -12 yesterday? Oh, hell yeah. That's so good. The minus number is going higher. It's losing value as we speak, chat. Yeah, did you not see this? I just saw it going past and I was like, this seems like fake news. It can't be that bad. SpaceX rocket moon. Why haven't we seen images of the SpaceX moon crash yet? Oh, hang on. South Korea Space Agency shares moon images before and after SpaceX hits it. Oh, hell yeah, dude. It's so good. Oh, that's so fucking good. Hook it to my fucking veins, bro. This little speck that has been picked up by a satellite is bringing me so much joy. I wonder if it rang like a bell again. Yeah, exactly, because it's hollow. Hollow, innit? There's stuff inside it. It's a secret Chinese space base. Moon's mad as fuck. Yeah, crashing rockets, crashing stocks. I hope they start vibe coding Starlink security. They probably already are. They probably already are. SpaceX has said the impact was not intentional. That's so sick, dude. That's so sick. That's so sick. This is just... it's gonna go down in history as one of the stupidest periods of human history. Like, stupider than when we thought that by draining blood from your brain would let demons out, because that's what's making you ill. Right? It's gonna be seen as stupider than that. Like, oh, we let these private companies who actually don't really care about doing anything. All they cared about was making money, so they just pretended to care about making rockets, and what happened was they kept hitting the moon with fucking rockets. Yes, everyone knows that's the wrong humor that demons are stored in. They're actually in the bile, not the blood. Correct. Correct. Old-timey moon face with the rocket stuck in it for real. Exactly. The short dramatic flash created when the rocket part hit the moon would have been hard to catch by amateur astronomers, even with high-end telescopes, but larger observatories, including Seoul's Space Agency, are analyzing the information. While the impact did not pose any danger to Earth, Matt Bothwell, astronomer at the University of Cambridge, raised concerns about space debris. Space is getting more and more crowded, he said. Each year we launch more stuff into space. It could feasibly be within a few decades. It's actually quite hard to get past Earth's orbit because space is so crowded. Sick. That's so sick, dude. We shouldn't be allowed, actually. I think it's good that we're creating a Dyson sphere out of trash of the sun, of the planet. I think that's a good thing. The Falcon 9 was in orbit since January last year when it blasted off from Florida. The same booster section from the January 2025 mission is set off as its 18th flight on 10th of August. SpaceX has the mission's hope to launch 29 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit. The rocket that blasted from Florida last January was carrying 2 lunar landers into space. Its job was to fire the upper stage hard enough to send both of the landers out of Earth's orbit and onto a path towards the moon. The spent stage was left drifting in a long looping orbit that swung out towards the moon and back again. Over the next 18 months, the general gravitational tug of the Earth, moon, and sun gave it a faint push. Astronomers tracking the rocket part eventually worked out that those small nudges had put it on a course towards the moon. It was picking up speed every day. Hell yeah, dude. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good. So there you go. That's why that is. That's why this is happening. So, you know, this is a whole thing. And someone in the chat, the chatter Wolfie Raza was saying the other day that the South Korean economy is like a canary in the coal mine for a recession in terms of the AI bubble. And it could very well be the thing that has done it. I remember when we got that news that the Chinese semiconductor manufacturing company came out, I said this could be the thing that does it, chat. Right? This could be the thing that collapses the AI bubble and starts the recession. So I wonder if that is actually coming to fruition now. You could just see the way that the market is performing, particularly the semiconductor sectors, on how this is going. So yeah, maybe that's what's done it. South Korea and Japan are both in trouble right now. Oh yeah. Japan is losing it. Sorry, why the fuck do we care about the moon at all? It does its job, nothing more, nothing less. Leave it alone. Focus on Earth. No. Slick, stick, stuck. They did it by accident. They weren't supposed to hit the moon. That's the funniest bit about it. That's the funniest bit about this whole thing. They weren't even supposed to get the moon. They just crashed into it. It's literally the biggest object out there. In order to be able to, like, see it and avoid it, it's not like a random bit of space junk that came out of nowhere and they couldn't avoid it. You know where the moon is. No, it's all good. Yeah, I've managed not to hit the moon every day of my life. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, there you go. Anyway, let's have a look at the news. What do we got here? So this is what is being spoken about regarding Iran. The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormones. The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz. Hormuz. Oman and Iran have come to an agreement on how to get stuff through the strait. So let's take a little look at this report from Al Jazeera.
Strait of Hormuz is in both Iranian territorial waters and also Omani territorial waters. Now, before the war, around 140 ships a day streamed through this waterway, and they were using routes that were quite far from both of the coasts. Now, the Iranian Revolutionary Guards has restricted traffic since April, and they've been ordering vessels to take the route around Larak Island towards the north. They also say that this area is hazardous, with military analysts saying there's likely to be sea mines in that area. Now, Iran says reopening the strait depends on the US ending its blockade there. It's been building military presence there for months, and it currently has 2 carrier strike groups in that area. In the past 24 hours, CENTCOM says it's been enforcing the blockade, and it's also redirected 48 commercial vessels, disabled 2 and also boarded 2. Now, reports suggest that as part of its talks with Oman, Iran wants to start charging fees. Now, reports say that's around 5 to 7% of the cargo value, and that's in order to use it for war reparations. Oman has suggested 3% of voluntary payments, and the US wants zero fees.
But the US isn't involved, man. Why is this even being spoken about? The US isn't involved in these negotiations. The US is like, no fees. And Iran is there going like, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, also, the USA wanted 20% when they were talking about getting that stuff, right? They were talking about charging fees through the Strait of Hormuz. He was like, 20%, we're going to charge 20%. I can't believe the IRGC got prescribed. What are we doing if we're literally declaring foreign armies as terrorists and jeopardizing journalism? Yeah, no, it's ridiculous, Lemon, yeah. It's completely insane. I did a whole bit about it a couple of weeks ago when it happened. Starmer's final blinder. My final blinder!
In the US, President Trump is under growing political pressure.
Chat, do you know that real people, real outside people who live not online, they don't even know that he said release the sausages? Do you know that? I said that the other day when I was helping my mate Dom, and I was with him and one of his older friends, and I said, yeah, he'll say, release the sausages. And they went, what? I said, did you not know about that? He said it at the Labour Party conference when he was talking about the hostages. He said, release the sausages, the hostages. And they went, no. There is benefits to being online sometimes, and it is just having a laugh. That is what it is.
Polls suggest most voters oppose the war ahead of the midterm elections in November. Months of US strikes have failed to loosen Iran's grip on the strait. And in Yemen, the Ansar Allah Houthis have been blockading the Bab el-Mandeb, and that's over there on the Red Sea. And that's increasing the strain on global shipping and oil prices. While Oman and Iran finalize their deal to manage this strategic waterway, regional powers are hoping...
No military, completely obliterated. We sank all the ships. And it's a good job, isn't it, chat? Because this is CNN. Now listen. This is how you know that they are fresh out of missiles. Because this is CNN, the liberal center imperialist reporting company, saying that they have used roughly 80% of key missile interceptors. Yeah? That means that they're all gone. They're completely all gone.
A dire warning coming from some of the nation's top military commanders. Sources now say that the U.S. has gone through a dramatically high amount of a key weapon in just the past 6 months during the war with Iran. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen is a part of the team that...
Why does CNN's audio team not have a compressor on that fucking mic? I'm like turning the volume up and she's changing her volume and her voice and it's not saying the state. It's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. What's the point? What's the point in even doing a degree? What's the point in even doing a fucking degree in music tech? You can't get a fucking job anywhere doing it, even though you've got a fucking degree. You're £60,000 in debt. Whatever, man, whatever.
Is behind this reporting. So, Zach, what are you and our colleagues learning?
Yeah, Casey, we're told that the U.S. military is actually...
That's what I mean. What's the point in having such a high budget as a network? You can't even put a compressor on a fucking microphone.
...of its stockpile of key munitions than we previously thought, and it's prompting senior military commanders to issue warnings that those inventory levels are now dangerously low. That was a quote from one of the sources to me, Jim Sciutto and Haley Britsky. And look, specifically, we're told that 80% of the U.S. stockpile of interceptors for a key air defense system known as THAAD, that those have been used up during...
Chat, if you're wondering why I'm getting mad that CNN don't do audio correctly when my stream that is literally just ran by one guy, me, has a consistent amount of volume, you will notice even when I'm speaking very low, very quietly, or increasing my volume a little bit like this, it seems to remain the same volume, and that's because I know how to work a fucking compressor. And I studied, even in college, I learned how to use compressors. And you should consider giving me money for my job, which is this one. It's my only job. I don't get any other form of income except for a little bit of money here and there, helping my mate Dom move house and stuff. And that's the end of that. But please consider using the tip link to donate directly. I've got a tip goal every day of £60, or conversely, you could donate 24. You could subscribe. We could get 24 subs. Yeah, 24 subs or £60. That's how it works. Please consider subscribing or donating, and that means that I can pay my bills, my rent. I'm getting kicked off universal credit in October, which means I won't be able to get topped up by the government and welfare and stuff. So please consider supporting me. Please consider helping me pay my rent and my bills, so I don't have to freak out and look for another fucking job, which I won't be able to get. But yeah, there you go. There's the call to action. There's also going to be some ads soon or some shit. Yeah, there's going to be ads in 8 minutes. So if you want to avoid the ads, please subscribe.
The Iran war so far, just in 5 months of this conflict. I mean, that's a staggering number. That's higher than the percentage that we had believed was true just weeks ago, where it was more around 60%. But that is an important system because it's the primary means, along with Patriot missiles.
PTTV has a compressor. It's a fucking emote plugin. How does CNN not manage it? Yeah, exactly.
By the
Hey, quiet
military,
mercenary.
it's also used by some of its key allies, including some in the Middle East, namely Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And so we're also told, in addition to those staggering low number of THAAD left in the U.S. stockpiles, that the U.S. has also gone through 50% of its Patriot interceptors. And to put that in perspective, the U.S. had about 2,000 Patriot missiles in its inventory before the war started. It has about half that number now. And so we've known that this is a concern that's been raised by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, in these meetings with President Trump, where they've discussed options for potentially escalating the conflict. We know that Gulf countries...
I see footage of things being blown up. I always worry I'm seeing places or buildings where there's people inside. If it's footage from Iran, you could be fairly safe in the assumption that there are no people inside. Most of the time. And that's because often when they hit targets in Iran, they are simply just hitting empty buildings. You know, I thought that was unclassified USA footage. No, that's what I mean. Iran, they're hitting stuff in Iran, right? They're hitting stuff in Iran, but they're hitting decoys, they're hitting empty buildings where they've got the intelligence wrong and all that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, they're absolutely... They're not going to be showing footage of them hitting civilian centers. They do that, right? They do that. But in this footage that they send to CNN and other places, often they're just like empty fields, right? We see it all the time on the stream. We look at it on the stream and it's like, nonsense. What have you hit in here? You hit a bush. Yeah? Holy shit, man. For the price that it would have cost to send 1 or maybe 20 young people to college, the U.S. military just hit a bush.
In particular, have voiced concerns also about how this stockpile shortage might impact their ability to defend themselves against Iranian retaliation if Trump does.
Hitting Acme ground painted outlines like it's fucking Roadrunner, yeah.
And one that's been a persistent concern for.
Like, don't get me wrong. You know, the U.S. has killed fucking thousands of civilians in Iran. It's horrific what they've done, for sure. Absolutely, like, definitely. But when we're watching that footage that they send to the media, it is almost always, you know, they are desperate to try and be like, it's like they're cheating on their homework. That's what it is. It's like, yo, look at this and it's so good. And I guess we're the teacher, you know, and we're easily fooled unless you do a bit of analysis. If you watch the Donkus Jonker stream, you will understand that these things are often all for show.
Joining me now, CNN senior military analyst and former NATO Supreme
This guy again.
Retired Admiral James Stavridis. Thank you so much for being here. If indeed nearly 80% of THAAD and half of our Patriot missile stock...
Yeah, they're trying to... Yeah, it's PR bombing. Yeah, that's what it is.
...began, how would you describe that? What does that mean?
Dangerous, in one word. And it's not only dangerous in the context of the Middle East, Sarah. It's dangerous.
Oh, it's so good, dude. It's just really fucking good. A bit of me is like, this can't be true. Like, this cannot be true, bro. It can't be true. 80% of whatever THAAD stands for, high altitude aircraft defense or something, high altitude air defense, right? Tactical high altitude air defense, I think is what the acronym stands for. You know, these are the big boys. These are the big boys. What they have left are Patriot missiles, and even then, it's not. They don't have a lot of those. They're having to order the old ones. They're buying old Patriot missile stock. They thought it'd take 2 weeks, and it's fucking showing. Yeah, it's crazy. They brought one in from South Korea and emptied the barrel. That's what I'm saying. And South Korea's economy is collapsing, and that country could, I don't know what it's like on the ground in South Korea in terms of organizing, but it could end up having a fucking revolution or some shit, and they have nothing. They got nothing. They got no kind of, I guess, like, I know that THAAD is specifically for anti-aircraft stuff, but they're not going to have just taken air defense stuff, right? They're going to have taken other bits of assets and what have you. You know? Samsung Mafia? Yeah, I suppose so. But, yeah, that's it, right? I don't know.
In the context of Ukraine and dangerous in the context...
Meanwhile, 50,000 new apartments in Pyongyang this year. Let's fucking go.
...of Taiwan.
Let's fucking go.
Explain. What we're talking about here, and you're showing a picture...
Chad, did I tell you I met a guy from Chongqing? He lives in this building. And when I was saying, like, oh my god, it's like the biggest fucking increase in development and progression and shit like that in the last 30 years, and he was like, oh yeah. He was really impressed that I was impressed and that I'd heard about it. Yeah. It's just crazy. It was totally crazy.
Of some of these ground-to-air defense missiles that go up and shoot down incoming ballistic missiles.
Yeah, we played snooker with him. He's sound.
Missiles even. And if it is true, and you have to factor into this the denials from the Pentagon that are coming out, but if it's true that we're down 80%, we will be unable to fully help our allies in the Gulf, the Arab countries, and Israel defend themselves. We will be unable to provide any air defense.
You get down with your flatmates like that. He's not a flatmate, he's a neighbor.
Mean their war against
lives in the
Russia
building, not my flat.
Well, and we will not have interceptors available to deter China. So
deter China. We won't be able to deter this made-up threat.
If this is true, these numbers, it's dangerous. And
that's what you meant? Yeah. That's just neighbor. Your flatmate is someone that lives in the same flat with you.
The world, which I used to be, both in Europe and in Latin America, are very concerned.
I do want to ask you about just how long it takes to replenish, to rebuild some
long time. Very, very, very long time.
Munitions, and what that also means, because in the meantime, Iran is
Look at his face thinking about this question. He's never been asked that before, probably.
Cheaply made things like drones to combat very expensive equipment that the United States is having to use. Give us some sense of the timeline of trying to replenish these.
Hey, Widow.
You've put your finger on the real problem here. And by the way, it's not just...
This is the real problem. Oh, it would be so funny if this guy just started saying, well, this is the problem when you have a privatized weapons manufacturing industry. I thought flat was the entire building, not just your apartment. No. So it's called a block of flats or an apartment building, right? And then obviously, yeah, in America they call it apartments. In Britain we call it flats. Yeah, an apartment is a flat is an apartment, and the building is a block of flats or an apartment building or just a building. Yeah, single payer but for Lockheed, right? Yeah, a dwelling all one level. Yeah, literally a flat house. A house that's been flattened. Yeah.
Your defense
English has so many ways to say the same thing. Yeah, hey, Link.
Some of our precision strike weapons, offensive weapons like ATACMs, like Tomahawk missiles, like a precision.
My mother used to speak British English. That's why she was trippy growing up in America.
So
thanks for colonizing my mother's country, mate. Yeah, you're welcome.
Point out, Sarah, is not only are
Anytime,
they very
kidda.
expensive,
Rule Britannia.
but they are
Britannia rule the
also
waves.
long timelines to replenish. So you're not talking weeks, you're not talking months, you're talking years to rebuild these inventories. Now,
Hey,
the
McGinn.
Pentagon is keenly aware of this aspect of things, is pushing the defense industrial base very hard to accelerate all this. We've done this before in other conflicts, but
CNN projection for Missouri House 1 Democratic primary. This looks like the incumbent is set to beat Cori Bush. That's quite sad. I like Cori Bush. She's good. I followed her for a long time.
that's a challenge. Time is of the essence here.
Joining us now to discuss, Democratic Senator Chris Coons of Delaware, who sits on the Foreign Relations Committee. Senator, thank you so much for being here in the arena. I want to first start with that reporting that Zach just laid out there about the level to which these stockpiles have been depleted. What are the implications in your view?
Oh, she actually didn't win. She actually lost. Yeah, that is a bummer. Yeah, Cori Bush is great.
Well, Casey, thanks for a chance to be on again. The implications of a real challenge to what's called our magazine depth, or the number of our precision strike missiles and our interceptors.
Pete Hegseth was on the... Oh, Bernie didn't endorse it. It was only the DSA. Yeah. Classic stuff. Just have to make up phrases, don't they? Magazine depth. This is just... You know what he's getting this from? He's getting this from Pete Hegseth. Because Pete Hegseth said a couple of fucking weeks ago or something, I remember it very vividly, they were talking about magazine depth at that conference or whatever it was. Yeah, still laughing at Warfighter. Our warfighters need the magazine depth that we have. We're at full capacity. Our magazines are at full capacity. They're just talking about it because they think that explaining war and yeah, I know this guy needs to change his surname. It's completely insane. Like, why would you keep that fucking name? It's like, change it so it's spelt differently and pronounced slightly differently. You know. Anyway, whatever. What was I saying? Yeah, they love to explain the military sort of infrastructure of America like it's just one big gun. So that's why they're talking about magazine depth. They're like, oh yeah, we got huge magazine, bro. The American gun is totally filled. It's completely filled with bullets. Don't worry about that. Hey, Latex Jewel, they have nothing left but Hollywood movie tough guy nonsense. Zero substance or focus on people, things, want or need. Yes, correct. Tactical dude soap market and energy. That is what it is. I had a teacher called Mr. Bastard. That's so good. What are you talking about? We tactically ascertain the battle space warfighter situation.
Is that it weakens,
and our magazine depth is at full capacity.
In being
he was saying that 2 weeks ago or something like that. He was saying our magazines are full capacity.
Our treaty allies in the Western Pacific, to defend our homeland, and to defend our critical allies and partners in Europe and the Middle East. This is not a new problem. We have had challenges with procuring these expensive, exquisite munitions for a long time. Last year's appropriations bill, where I'm the senior Democrat for defense appropriations, we authorized multi-year procurement of several key munitions and moved billions of dollars into those lines. Frankly, when the president chose to launch a war of choice more than 5 months ago in the Middle East, one of the challenges I am certain that his senior military advisors briefed him on was that the Iranians were going to launch thousands of cheap, lethal drones at our facilities, our bases, our embassies, and our allies and partners.
He's right about this. He's right that he got advised that this would be the case, but then he sacked all those guys.
And we would use incredibly expensive, exquisite, and rare munitions.
He sacked all those motherfuckers. He was like, goodbye.
Against them with counterstrikes. So
goodbye.
This is a challenge we have faced for some time.
Don't tell me we're going to lose when I'm saying we're going to win.
Learned how to make drones.
Miriam Adelson paid me almost $1 billion for this war.
Relatively little, and we are still using very expensive munitions to stop them.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is denying CNN's reporting. He's saying it's not true. He's saying now, both allies, however, are raising concerns about how the shortage could impact their ability to defend against Iranian retaliation.
Oh, yes, mate.
President Trump decides to escalate the ongoing conflict. And adding to the urgency, Iran is now threatening to attack U.S. vessels in the region. So we're bringing in...
Hell yeah, dude. Hell fucking yeah. Let's go.
Bloomberg Economics. Okay, so we've got the...
So Bloomberg Economics, this lady is either going to be excruciatingly evasive, or she is going to be very, very candid and frank and be like, yep, the economy's fucked, man. Everybody needs to start dumping their shares. Get some nets installed around the buildings at Wall Street. Those motherfuckers are going to start hitting pavement real fast.
Head of the military saying it's not true. There is no shortage or diminished supply. What say you? What do people know in the world of military analysts?
All right, so the U.S. isn't out of missiles, but it is running.
It's Raining Men plays in the background, yeah.
Types of missiles. So it is running dangerously low of air defense interceptors, those THAAD interceptors, Patriot, and those are needed to protect U.S. forces, U.S. allies.
Yeah, she's being pretty candid. She's being pretty frank.
To clarify, because especially in Iran, where they're shooting off really cheap drones. They shoot off their cheap drone, that's like $30,000, and then we use our very expensive missiles to shoot that down.
To shoot them down, and usually this is missile-to-missile ballistic defense as opposed to counter-drone defenses at this juncture.
Counter-jabroni defensive? What did she say?
Is missile-to-missile ballistic defense as opposed to counter-drone defense.
Drone. I thought she said counter-jabroni defense.
At this juncture in time. But those are incredibly important. And then the U.S. is also running low of some of its long-range standoff munitions, the missiles that it uses to essentially prosecute war from afar and keep forces safe. And so all of this matters is because whenever you put forward a potential operation, let's say if President Trump decided he wanted, options for escalation again, you have to say, what is the risk to mission?
Hey, Johnny, what's up? Good to see you.
To forces. And without some of those critical air defense interceptors and some of those other long
missile on missile action,
that risk to forces grows enormously.
Coming up with a joke. I'm coming up with a joke.
Enormously.
The thing I've been hearing, though, is munitions are made to be used, and we are in a war. We are also at here and there when we decide
tactical frottage. Tactical frottage. Is this a thing? Tactical frottage. Is that anything?
Right, in its war against Russia. So is it the concern that this
that's a -1, that's fair enough.
We're in right now, or is it what I often hear, this sort of future scenario around Asia and China in the Indo-Pacific?
It's both. Right now, the U.S. is probably constrained in its operational options in Iran.
Wait, say that in English. Constrained in its operational...
Constrained in what it can do.
Say that in English!
It's both. Right now, the U.S. is probably constrained in its operational options in Iran.
Wait, say that in English.
We're all so brain poisoned in this stream that we probably know what she was saying. Operational options. Yeah, it's constrained in what it can do. Yeah, that's what she's saying. It's pretty, for us, it's easy to understand, but the CNN anchor is being like, hang on a minute, our audience are idiots. They've had their brain rotted by AI anti-Trump memes on Facebook. Yeah, they're blue MAGA freaks. They spend all day pretending that Kamala Harris was a great candidate on Blue Sky. You got to use language that these idiots can understand.
Constrained in its
Constrained
operational...
in what it can do. So if President Trump says, bring me options for the next phase of the war, some of those options are going to be a lot more limited than they were a few days ago. And then if we're looking for, the U.S.
needlessly opaque.
The U.S. doesn't have enough missiles and munitions to protect itself and its allies. Plus, if you're looking to future conflict, these missiles take years and years and years to build.
Yeah, I mean, here's an idea. Don't get involved in any other conflicts. That would be my piece of advice. Just don't do that. How about you just don't do that, America? Difficulty level impossible. Here he is. The paedophile, pants shitted.
A dandelion must be the last one of the season.
Roses are red, violets are blue, Trump's out of missiles, and in deep doo-doo.
Oh my god, Johnny, thank you so much for the £70. Holy shit. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. I was thinking, why did that happen? I was thinking, is that the audio for this Trump presser? Johnny, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Appreciate you, kidder. Thank you very much. £75. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. The £75 legend. Thank you very much. Yeah, here he is, the pedophile, pants-shitted president of the United States, talking at Los Angeles International Airport. And this was a couple of days ago, so I just want to take a look at this. You've probably seen this on other streams. I haven't seen it. I just want to have a little look, yeah?
We had a very successful event, as you probably know. A lot of good things happened. I have not found out who won the election tonight with Abdul.
Abdul.
It's gonna be a long night.
Oh, Red Bear! Thank you very much, Red Bear, for the 1312. Thank you. And thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Thank you very, very much. Thank you, everybody. That's a whole bunch of donos in a row. Thank you very much. Let's have an unofficial hype train, chat. How about that? And if you want to keep it going, maybe you could trigger a real hype train if we get 2 people subscribing at the same time or some shit. I don't know how it works. Something like that, right? It's something like that. Let's have an unofficial hype train. We'll listen to some tunes. And if an official hype train is triggered at the same time, then we can also enjoy that, can't we? And we can keep it going. But for now, we'll listen to one tune. If you want to listen to more tunes, get an official hype train going.
The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home, looking straight through your webcam, looking at you as Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the fucking man. Stare at the screen when you
Johnny with the 5 gifted subs to the community. Let's fucking go.
You best with a dick in your right and a mouse in
Mistaken, Forgotten, Solidarity Soup, Agro173, Lopez 2215, and Comrade Nell. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. We just need one more person to donate. Oh no, we are on an official hype train. It's happened. We've got 4 minutes. Thank you so much, Johnny. Thank you for gifting 5 subs, you legend. £75 and 5 subs. Mushy with the 5 gifted subs. Holy fucking shit, let's go. 10 fucking subs already, chat. Halfway to the daily dono goal of subs. When we already hit the daily dono goal for donos. And we got 4 minutes 30 left on the hype train. Easily 2 more tunes. Demi can play, Moida Muffin, Quake Road Sky, I'm having computer problems, Flashpoint South Africa. Enjoy your ad-free viewing in your remotes. Mushy, thank you for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Appreciate everybody who's supporting and just being here.
The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you masturbate. The government knows when you feel alone and it's getting late and you're sitting at home, looking straight through your webcam, looking at you as Uncle Sam. Look him in the eyes with your balls in your hand and stick it to the man. In the zone, weird look on your face. This is how you're stored in their database. They're all around, they're all no wimp. The only dick they haven't seen is Edward Snowden's. The government knows.
Huge banger inside. Probably only take another 2 gifted subs. Or 2 resubs. In order to get the hype train moving along to level 4. And then we can listen to more tunes. Sounds of the Noah with the government knows. Can't recommend Noah enough. Johnny with the Salome.
Salome.
Come on, chat.
Salome. 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 Salome.
I need to turn that into an emote, an animated emote.
Masturbate.
Johnny, thank you for the 300 bits. How about a little bit of this now, chat? We've got 1 minute 55 left on the hype train, just enough time.
Fake records.
Goodbye, VOD watchers, just in case. Thank you for the hype train. Unofficial hype train transitioned into a official one. We're going to get back to the news. And here he is. It's going to be a long night. Abdul El Sayed.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wait, what's this?
It'll be a long night. Oh, really? Oh.
Oh!
That's interesting.
He's such an old fucking idiot, dude.
It could be, I would say so. The communists are the new base.
The communists! Don't threaten me with a good fucking time, dude.
I mean, don't forget Abdul was way down a few weeks ago.
Way down!
Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a horse race.
It's going to be a little bit of a horse race.
We're moving along very nicely. We'll find out. We'll know in 48 hours.
We'll know in 48 hours. We're doing very well. We're moving along nicely.
Totally wrong. They did a beautiful job. There were a couple of little things, but that was not.
Hey, low key, what's up? 48 hours horse race. Yeah, good stuff.
If you look at the tape, plus we have a witness or 2 witnesses.
Oh my god, he's still talking about the fucking reflecting pool, bro. It's so dead. I'm so bored of it.
It was major vandalism.
Major vandalism.
Is she safe? Are you going to keep her in the position?
I haven't made a determination.
Wait, hang on. Is he talking about something else? Wait, no. He was just talking about the reflecting pool, yeah? Is that what that was? They did a beautiful job. What happened to these guys? President Bush... wait, what?
Well, I just think she was totally wrong. They did a beautiful job. There were a couple of little things, but that was not a big deal. And
he was asked if he was going to fire Piero. Who's Piero? Is that something to do with Washington, D.C.? He's talking about... This has to be the reflecting pool. He's talking about vandalism. Pool grows algae, major vandalism, national news. I know, right? Also, hi, Susie. Welcome in. Janine Piero. Oh, Piero.
You saw the vandalism. All you have to do is look at the tape. If you look at
I know that name. Oh, it's Piero. No, for the... She's the Attorney General.
So certainly where there was vandalism, it was actually, in my opinion, it was major.
Or the State Attorney, sorry. Yeah, State Attorney for the District of Columbia.
Are you going to keep her in the position?
I haven't made a determination.
Will socialists, if more socialists prevail for Democrats, does that hurt Democrats in the midterm?
Cancel prosecution of some guy charged with damaging the pool. Oh, I see. She has like a modicum of a backbone, a modicum of doing her job properly. Very interesting. Hello, Neil, as well. Welcome in.
What does what hurt?
If more socialists keep winning.
Look.
This is great. Oh, that's so good. First of all, it's so annoying. These people aren't like, look, I know that some people will get annoyed with me by saying this, but like, you know, the majority of these DSA candidates, you couldn't really describe them as socialist. You could describe them as, you know, social democrat. Yeah, that's how you could describe them. I know that they call themselves democratic socialist, but they're socialist democrat. They're progressive, left-wing, liberal bourgeois electoral politics candidates. And, you know, again, it's why whenever they say socialists winning elections, I say, don't threaten me with a good time, because if they were socialists, you know, things would be happening like China, right? they would be running stuff like China in the future and talking about stuff like that. But, you know, there's all kinds of problems with the American electoral politics system, even with these candidates that are being endorsed, who are actually, you know, quite progressive. Like, you know, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is one of the big ones, right? Because, you know, forget Graham Plattner. Graham Plattner was such a mistake, right? It was the biggest mistake. But, you know, even Kat Abu-Ghazaleh had just some insane takes about foreign policy, like, you know, talking about funding Taiwan so that, like, that we can have a proxy war against China. Just insane stuff. So at the end of the day, they are treating this modicum of progressive left-wing, and it's good, don't get me wrong, you know, I always say this, chat, it's a net good. I'm not shitting all over the efforts of what people are doing to get these people elected in positions of power and all this kind of stuff. It's good, it's broadly good. If these guys get in, and, you know, for example, I think the Mamdani example is a great example, right? I was struggling with this because the other day people were asking me how I thought about electoralism in the States, and I gave a bit of a crap answer because I was tired and stressed. It was my first stream back after Melpo nearly fucking died last week. And whenever I hear about the American political system and what's happening in America, I guess my opinion is always tainted by what's going on in the UK, because in the UK, we do actually have a party that is engaging with radical organizations. Like the Green Party engages with tenant unions, it engages with anti-fascist organizations, it engages with trade unions, it engages with, you know, it's doing all the right things that bring it closer to being a vanguard party than any other party in the UK or in Europe, from what I could tell. And when I say, you know, closer than any other party, one that has a chance of winning, right? But I guess how I'm thinking about it in the States at the minute now, I've had a day off yesterday. I was thinking about it yesterday. I think the Mamdani example is this, right? Mamdani's in office. He's doing a lot of the things that he said he would. You know, he's forcing landlords to give, you know, fucking tons of rent back, right? Tons of rent back. Yes, encouraging people to do tenant organizing in New York, not just working with tenant unions and, working at the behest of tenant unions as New York City mayor, but also encouraging people to work with tenant unions. That's interesting. The city-owned grocery stores thing is happening. The childcare thing happened. All of this stuff happened. And there are some key parts that people are rightfully pissed off about, like some of the concessions made towards Zionism and the concessions made toward the police. Now, in my opinion, the Mamdani example is how people should be thinking about all of these candidates. Get these candidates in, and then when they don't do the stuff that they say they were going to do, if they don't do some of the stuff, or if they don't do all of the stuff, demand better. Keep demanding better. You know, I think that the way that you should engage in electoralism at the least, yeah. And again, electoralism should be what you spend the least time on in your activism, yeah. It should be the thing that you spend the least time on, even to the point where that is, if you're going to engage in it at all, going to the polling office to vote, the ballot box to vote, right? The polling station to vote. If you want to do a bit more, I don't know, support some kind of, do a bit of phone banking. You shouldn't be spending a whole bunch of time on it. You should spend most of your time organizing dual power organizations like tenant unions, trade unions, ICE defense organizations, all this kind of stuff, yeah? ICE rapid response organizations, anti-data center action and stuff. So, yeah, you have to remember that's what it's about. And I think that's where I'm up to with this. That's where I'm up to with my take on the USA electoralism stuff, yeah? Yeah, mutual aid should come as part of that. Hello, flexibility, love and trust. Yeah, mutual aid should come as part of that as well. But real mutual aid, not GoFundMe's for everybody every month, right? If you want to know, if you want more detail on that, go and check out pretty much the first ever episode that we did of Red Planet, where we discussed, mutual aid versus charity and the difference between what mutual aid and charity actually is, right? It's why, I don't have a channel in my Discord called Mutual Aid where people's GoFundMe's go, because it's not mutual aid. Unless that GoFundMe goes to a community chest that people in that community can draw from, it's not mutual aid, right?
Democrats, does that hurt Democrats in the midterms so Republicans keep
What does what hurt?
If more socialists keep winning.
Look, they've got a party.
But this is great. This is so good. He's like, she asks him, what are you going to do if more socialists keep winning? And he's like, I don't know.
It's a mess.
It's a mess.
It's a mess. I think they should form another party, the Communists of America Party.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Oh my God. He's not wrong. They should. They actually should.
I think they should have a new party, the Communists of America.
Yeah, be careful what you wish for, dude, because I'm telling you now, this is just what will happen, right? This is just what will happen if the Democrats continue to rat fuck various different candidates and reject them and don't work with them and all this stuff, right? Rare Trump dub. I mean, this is JD Pondon 101. This is like when he said that NATO is a paper tiger. He doesn't understand what he's saying. He says these things and he thinks he's being so fucking smart. But really, he is saying the most Maoist, Marxist-Leninist, Stalinist stuff that you've ever heard in your entire life. Titoist, you name it. He's even doing a bit of Castro every now and then, and he doesn't even realize it.
And it will do well. It'll get about 10% of the vote.
It'll get 10% of the vote. Okay, dude.
The Axios is reporting that it might open as soon as tomorrow.
Could happen. Tomorrow
Tomorrow or Thursday.
A lot of progress has been made.
What?
And they called me and they said, please, let's talk. They want to talk.
He laughed.
I mentioned that. They always say, we're not talking. But they called. They wanted to talk. We've been talking. They want to make a deal. They do not want to be hit. This was the biggest hit.
With what? What you hitting them with, bro? You don't have any missiles left.
Since World War II, as I said, they did not, and they saw it happening.
Hey, Krill, what's up? Welcome in.
All the goods being loaded, they saw everything. They knew exactly what was happening, and
they saw. Okay, that's an interesting thing for him to spill there. He's feeling zesty. He's in Los Angeles. He's feeling a bit fruity. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he drove through the gay district and it started to make him feel a bit like himself. Yeah. And now he's just saying whatever he wants. That's why he can't, he couldn't answer before when that reporter said, what are you going to do if socialists keep winning? And he was like, he's thinking too much about all the muscle men he's just seen all over the streets and shit. And but he's doing it again, he's dropping a little bit of information here. He says they saw us loading all the equipment and they know what's going on. Now, Iran has said that they have seen the US. They have noted and observed that the US has been loading more and more assets and equipment into the region on a scale that is completely similar to the Iraq invasion over the last, 2 months since the Memorandum of Understanding, quote unquote, was signed. Hello, Lesbian Hot Sauce. Everybody go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. I don't know, man. Maybe an invasion is still on the cards because he's not admitting defeat still. The Strait of Hormuz being opened by Iran and Oman could be his exit ramp. They could be. However, I keep saying it, chat. He hasn't put all of that stuff in the region for a laugh, there are like 600,000 troops there, and an invasion could still happen. And they don't really necessarily, you know, they could just be cutting their losses. They could just be going, right, well, fuck it. Saudi Arabia's fucked anyway. All the military installation stuff is fucked. We're not going to be able to rebuild that in the next 10 years anyway. It's scorched earth mode. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. So I don't know. It's hard to know. It's hard to tell. Like, this is the stupidest administration of all time, and it was the stupidest decision of all time militarily by America to go into this. And I don't say that flippantly, because it was stupid of them to try and destroy the revolution in Vietnam. It never would have worked, and it never did. It was stupid of them to do the genocide in Korea. You know, it didn't stop North Korea from existing. It was stupid of them to try and do any of the invasions that they've done. Iraq, everything. But this was the stupidest. Every single, at least military advisors in those wars were saying, yes, we have the logistics. Yes, we have the firepower. Yes, we'll be able to do massive amounts of damage. With this one, it's like, no, you will be running into a brick wall faced first. You will be taking the whole of American empire and smashing it into a big fucking pile of broken glass. That's what's going to happen. You know, that's how stupid the initial attack was, and the continued attacks. I would not put it past them to do something stupider and try and invade. So it could still happen. I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe they're waiting to see what happens with this Iran-Oman deal, but that has been finalized today. So we'll see. Anyone else tired of militarism Groundhog Day? Yeah, it's bad, right? Susie says, I wanted to ask how Melpo is doing. He's doing great, actually. I know that this is, like, a bit crazy, but I think that moving one of his cat trees away from the window actually did quite a lot of stress to him, because I've moved it back to the window. It's the one that goes all the way up to the ceiling. It's huge. It's, like, taller than, you know, anybody. It just goes right to the ceiling, obviously. But like the highest rung where he could chill, it's taller than anyone. And he just spends all of his time up there now, and he just sleeps and looks out the window, and then every now and then he'll wake up and he'll look at me and do loads of slow blinks, and I think he's saying thank you for putting this back. So I think that's doing him the world of good. He's not on any medication anymore. He doesn't really need it. He's not like overly grooming his wounds and stuff. Well, his wounds is just basically his penis. They put a tube in his penis. They give him a catheter. Thank you, Father. I found a cat saying that funny for some reason. No, yeah. It is what a cat would say. So he's doing really well. And yeah, I took him to the vets yesterday. They hit me with another fucking £70 bill. They gave me these supplements. And when I took him to the counter to pay for him, they were like, oh yeah, you didn't need to be given these by the vets. You could just buy them over the counter. And you can also get them on Amazon for like £2. Right? Hey LHS, yeah, the reason I wasn't live last week is because my cat nearly died. He had like a bladder obstruction, and it backed up his kidneys, and he had to go to hospital, and it was a very, 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 very stressful week. So there you go. That's what happened. So, but he's doing fine. He's doing loads better. Like, he recovered almost immediately when they did the procedure to empty his bladder. He pretty much, like I said, recovered immediately. There's no more blood in his urine or anything. I've got some like different litter so I can see. He's not pissing blood. It's terrible. They scalp you like that for supplements. No, it's really bad. It's really, really bad. Really, really bad. They're just bastards. Well, this is what they do with all of it. Do you know what I mean? They got you by the balls the whole fucking time. Which is what if you have a pet in the UK and you hate the vets, yeah, think about what fucking humans go through in America, because it's the same thing, right? Like, you go to the hospital in America, you're like, oh well, basically, I guess I had a heart attack, and they're like, right, okay, do you have insurance? No. Okay, well, bye. See you later, dude. You're out on the street. You're dead. You got to pay, or you're dead. Get into debt, or you're dead. Insane. Aren't they talking about introducing caps on vet care? I fucking hope so. Holy fuck. Yeah, social murder, yeah. Vets in the US are almost owned by private equity now. I mean, they're all private companies here in the UK. Chud Destroyer, yeah. They're all private. And they charge extortionate amounts to keep your, loved animals alive. So, yeah, no, I will, LHS, for sure. Thank you for the thoughts. I'm happy he's doing better. No, yeah, he's buzzing. He's buzzing.
Very smart to make a deal. We'll see what happens. They had a very good day. The negotiations were good. The stock market was up tremendously over the last 3-4 days.
Is he looking at a different one? Is it? Wait, hang on. 3-4 days? Maybe it's true. The weekly performance? Oh, yeah, the week. Yeah. Okay. I mean, not everywhere. Not everywhere, right? I'm seeing a lot of red in these sectors, financial data, etc. Where's the semiconductor one? I mean, these are recovering after like 1 week performance. Let's go for 1 month performance. These are recovering after like a terrible week, the semiconductor sectors, right? Hey, Pitsy, what's up? Local vet wouldn't even look at my chickens. Had to take them up to a farm vet's where I grew up. Oh my God. Mostly green if you ignore the numbers. Just look at the green number. It's good. It's good for everybody.
We set new records today in the stock market. Yesterday, today. I think it's like 78 times now during a very short period of time. So
what did you say?
Record market was up tremendously over the last 3-4 days. We set new records today in the stock market. Yesterday, today. I think it's like 78 times now during a very short period of time.
You can't call it a record if it goes whoa and then down and then whoa and then down and then whoa and then down again. You can't say that that's a record. That's fluctuation.
So a lot of good things are happening. The trade numbers are phenomenal. You saw that. Our economic numbers are...
No, Pitsy, I think you're missing like a key bit of information about the semiconductor sector. A Chinese semiconductor manufacturing business opened 2 weeks ago, and it absolutely fucking destroyed the Western semiconductor market, right? So, yeah. The first day of its trading, it had a 300% increase in value. And the fucking CEO said, I will be passing on, what was it? 40% of the profits to his employees. And I think that he has to do that. I know he said he's going to do that, but I think he has to do that because otherwise he'd get murdered by the state. The evil, evil Chinese state that murders billionaires who steal money from their workers. It's so evil, chat. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable that like never ever before. The investment into our country is at a number that nobody's ever even imagined. We are doing really well. I'll see you on the plane, okay?
Max Miller, any comment on Representative Miller?
I hope he's able to work it out. I feel badly for him.
Well, there you go. Hello, Veristar, new chatter. You're a new chatter, so I'll let you off, but no Fed posting, please. But welcome in. How are you doing? One South Korean company had a monopoly no longer, and 1 day later, and the South Korean economy crashed. Yes, the South Korean economy is doing very badly. Doing extremely badly. So, yeah, not great. Not great. For investors. Nah, yeah, it's all good. You're new, but welcome in, like I say. I'm doing good, thank you, yeah, as good as I can be. Has it been 2 hours? It's not been 2 hours. It's coming up on 2 hours. Chat, this is just a reminder that this is my full-time job, and I missed a whole bunch of streaming last week and the week before because my cat was extremely ill, as I was talking about, nearly died. Luckily, my mum and dad helped me pay they paid the vet's bills, so don't worry about that. But because I did not stream, I did not make as much money as I normally would have last month. So please consider helping me out. Please consider subscribing. Please consider hitting the tip link in the chat. I would only ask that you tip £5 or that you subscribe just for yourself. You don't have to gift subs or anything, even though people are very generous. We have a daily dono goal of 60, which we have hit today, but I did miss a day yesterday as well. Yeah, it would be great if we could hit. We're almost at 24 subs, which is the alternative daily dono goal. How many did we get? We got like 10 subs. So if we hit 14 more subs today, that will count for yesterday and today, and a tiny little bit of last week that I missed. So please consider subscribing. There's going to be some ads coming your way in 15 minutes. And if you want to avoid those, you can subscribe. You can even use your Twitch Prime to subscribe as well. Had to slam the brakes on their stock market because it was falling that hard multiple times. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if there's a... We looked at a Financial Times article, South Korean stock market. That was 2 days ago. South Korea's president wanted a hot stock market. He got more than he bargained for. Government insists economy is sound despite stock market plunge. Oh, hell yeah, dude. What is this? Johnny with a gifted sub to Vera Star. Let's go. Thank you, Johnny. Appreciate you.
Yay.
Who is that? I couldn't see. The text is too small. Thank you so much for the £5. Les? Just Les? I thought it was you. I was like, like a lesbian? Thank you very much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. You heard. Oh, I love you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, let's take a look at this, eh? All right. Government insists economy is sound despite stock market plunge. The government's defense of Korea's economic fundamentals sidesteps criticism that policy missteps and weak accountability helped drive the stock market's extreme volatility. Your pal Leslie. Les Dennis. The government has rushed to rebut a series of foreign media reports and columns criticizing the extreme volatility of Korea's stock market and the policy confusion that helped fuel it, but its response has largely missed the point. Instead of addressing criticism over flawed policy making, officials have chosen to highlight the country's economic fundamentals, deflecting attention from the policy failures at the heart of the controversy. Earlier, Bloomberg published a commentary arguing that Korea is becoming uninvestable. That's great. Oh, that's so good. Oh, yes, dude. Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister Koo Young-cho said on Thursday, the Korean economy is stronger than ever, delivering unprecedented achievements. He's doing the Trump thing. He's just doing the Trump thing. Just deny reality. Yeah, everything's going fine. Don't worry about it. Don't look behind the curtain. Don't look under the floorboards. It's all good. Don't worry about it. We've moved swiftly to contain market volatility. How? By bailing out companies? Like, that's not sustainable, bro. This isn't sustainable. You can't, like, here's the thing. You can't just keep bailing out companies that don't work, that, like, lose profits. You just can't do it. Because eventually, you know, something is going to break. Something is just going to break. There's something that happens when countries keep doing that, and I can't remember what it is, but there's something that happens. Eventually they run out of other people's money. That's so true. That's so true. His remarks echoed an earlier statement of the Financial Services Commission, which emphasized the solid fundamentals of the economy and insisted there was absolutely no risk of the country being viewed as uninvestable. Many investors would likely find such assurances detached from reality. On Thursday alone, shares of Samsung Electronics fell 6.3% and SK Hynix plunged 10%, triggering another trading curve. Wait, is this today? Oh, this is today! So this isn't even reporting. Can you have one-day performance? Our performance. You can't. You need to purchase FinViz Elite. One-day performance. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. What? Yeah. -5 today. Software applications, semiconductor equipment. Yeah, lots of these semiconductor equipment and materials companies also not recovering. These are like the rare earth mineral material mining companies and stuff. And is Samsung in consumer electronics, or is that why you can't see it? No, that's Sonos. Where is Samsung? Where the fuck is Samsung? I can't see it. I can't find where Samsung is, but yeah. China is doing a bunch of stuff and winning as per usual. Yeah. I mean, look at this today. Like, this is the 1 day performance. Things are not great across the board. There's a lot of red going on here, and the green that is there is not so beneficial. We'll end up like Germany pre-World War II, needing wheelbarrows of money to buy bread. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. But yeah, it debases the currency. Yeah, if you keep bailing out private companies, they will it will debase the currency. Exactly. It means that the currency will have no value and shit. Yes, that's exactly it. That's the thing that I was trying to think of. I was like, something happens, and I can't remember what it is, but it's pretty similar to something that I've heard of before, and it's the Weimar Germany thing. So yeah. Anyway, let's take a look at this. This is something that is interesting. Obviously, what we haven't heard a lot of over the last few weeks is anything that has been happening in southern Lebanon. Of course, Israel is occupying southern Lebanon still. It has not withdrawn its troops, despite saying that it would as part of the Memorandum of Understanding. Classic Israel shit. And, of course, Hezbollah are tanking the shit out of IDF fascist foot soldiers because they shouldn't be there. And in response, Israel is attacking houses because it can't kill soldiers.
Israel has launched a new wave of airstrikes across southern Lebanon after 2 of its soldiers were killed and several were injured. 2 strikes targeted the town of Al-Mansouri. They were so powerful that people in the city of Tyre, about 13 kilometers away, felt the blasts. The Israeli army forced residents to leave the area on Wednesday, and it follows a series of attacks overnight. Israel says that...
Yeah, like, look at the state of this, chat. Look at the state of this. It's like a mini fucking atomic bomb. I guarantee that this will have been a thermobaric weapon, which is the kind of one that vaporizes people instantly. Obscene levels of force on civilians.
To Hezbollah's violation of the ceasefire agreement. 8 people have been wounded. Israeli and Lebanese delegations...
Like, you know, when, like, this is the thing that I say all the time. Like, people, you know, it doesn't matter what you do, whether you think that... Obviously, I can't support Hezbollah, and I can't allow anyone in my chat to support Hezbollah openly, because that is a terrorism offense in the UK. However, it is my right to criticize that prescription of Hezbollah as a terrorist organization, and also my right to explain the reasoning as to why people would want to join Hezbollah. Like, you know, no matter what you think of Hezbollah, like, oh, well, they're evil, they're terrorists, whatever, or you think of them in the way that most people think of them with any kind of brain, in that they are a resistance force, you can understand why some people are sat there. Like, imagine being sat there in your home, yeah? And you know that this could come any day because of the way that Israel operates. You know, what are your options? Your options are to sit there and wait to die, leave Lebanon, or join Hezbollah. Right? And you can see why people do it, can't you? You know? What is this? Haaretz from Crescent Moon and Star. Israel captured 230 square miles of Lebanon, raised villages, and built new bases. Yeah, so here we go. And this is, you know, this is the liberal Zionist paper, Haaretz. Let's take a little look at this. IDF has seized 230 square miles of Lebanese territory where extensive construction is underway, including a base far from the Israeli border. Negotiations with Lebanon resumed today. The IDF is entrenching itself deep in South Lebanon, according to information obtained by Haaretz, tours on the ground, and recent satellite images. During the war, the IDF captured an area of about 600 square kilometers, 230 square miles in Lebanon, in which in some places extends to 12 kilometers from Israel's border. Within this area, it has established at least 7 new bases and carved out dozens of kilometers of logistical roads. As in Gaza, the IDF is carrying out extensive infrastructure work in the territory it captured in Lebanon. Along the entire route from Israel's border deep into South Lebanon, engineering vehicles, including excavators, road rollers, and D9 armored bulldozers, are at work. Some are operated by civilian contractors. A senior army official told Haaretz last month that the military had been instructed to prepare to stay up to a year in Lebanon. To that end, it's carrying out construction and logistical work for the troops, most of whom are still housed in civilian buildings in villages across South Lebanon. Satellite images taken by Airbus Defence and Space and examined by Haaretz show significant changes throughout the area. So, you can see here, this is apparently the area that they have taken, and they're trying to take these areas as well. Now, the reason why there is such a bulge here, and they're saying pilot zones about these particular areas, is because the so-called Israeli government, the Zionist entity occupying government, has said, yes, they have said, we have taken Lebanon all the way up to the Litani River. Because what they want the populace to think is that they have gone all the way up from the border here to the Litani River here. Right? That is not the case. Also, I would probably dispute how much of this territory is actually controlled by Israel. Because remember this, right? When the IOF was attacking Gaza, they were saying, we control these areas in Gaza. There was like a yellow line. Yeah, there's a buffer zone, right? In those areas, during the occupation in the first couple of years of the genocide, they were not able to control those areas militarily. What they meant was they were able to control those areas in terms of demolishing some buildings, but then they would have to retreat pretty rapidly because they would get domed by Al-Qassam Brigade's fighters. This is also going to be the case in these zones in southern Lebanon. Hezbollah are not the kind of fighting force that would give up so easily. They are far more equipped. They have far more men. They have far more soldiers, I should say, not men necessarily. They could be of any gender, to be honest. I'm not entirely sure how it works. However, there are all kinds of, advantages that Hezbollah has that Al-Qassam does not have, in terms of, particularly, Hezbollah has not been trapped inside a concentration camp for the last 70 years. And they have been able to, acquire hardware, military assets, and the like in a much easier way. They have not had to circumvent the occupation of their homeland, particularly. So, when it comes to the resistance that you could tell will definitely be happening in these areas, you can guarantee there are things that we're not hearing about. And that's probably what this report is about. And this is probably the revenge that Israel is taking out on al-Mansuri, the civilian population of Lebanon, because Hezbollah has probably domed a bunch of Israeli soldiers. Let's take a look at this report.
I've been meeting in Rome to discuss the US-backed agreement that Hezbollah is not a part of. Zaina Khodr is in al-Masuri in southern Lebanon. She's joining us now. So more strikes for a second day, Zaina.
Yes, they were powerful blasts in the past hour. 2 airstrikes targeted the town of Mansouri, the town in the distance behind me. We had to pull away after those strikes came in. It wasn't the first time Mansouri was targeted in the past 24 hours. In fact, 24 hours ago, the Israeli army issued forced displacement orders telling the residents of the town to leave. It was the first time they issued such forced displacement orders in recent weeks, since the lull in the fighting, since that ceasefire was announced. It wasn't just Mansouri that was targeted. Overnight, the village of Burj Shmeli, which is not
Yep, that's a good thing to remind people as well. RTE clearance. There are a lot of Christians in South Lebanon who the Israelis are evicting, abusing, and murdering along with their Muslim neighbors because their state is based in white supremacy, not religion. Yes, correct. Yeah. It's never about whatever it is. You'll find lots of boomers say this all the time. Oh, religions have been fighting all these years. Oh, Muslims and Jews just don't get along. And it's like, no, dude. Israel doesn't get along with anyone brown. That's what it is.
From here, a few kilometers south from where we are, there was an airstrike overnight, totally destroying a house, but it was preceded by 3 drone strikes, which allowed the family, the 6-member family, to leave. But
that's like live footage of that explosion being captured. You can see them. They're filming this this huge cloud that is, You know, like, look at the size of the houses compared to the cloud, chat. Like, you know, when you think about energy being released by bombs and whatnot, right? This was a massive fucking bomb. It's huge. And again, I did a fucking post on Twitter earlier. And I'm just going to show it you because I can't be asked really explaining it any more than this. But I think that, you know, there's pretty much... You want to talk about climate change as well, right? Why is it so hot? Why is climate change happening faster than we thought? The answer: Ukraine strikes Russian oil refineries. Fucking 4,000 data centers in the fucking USA. Israel hitting Tehran's fucking oil refineries and shit. And I know that some people might be like, oh, well, Iran also hit, and Yemen also hit various different oil refineries in the Gulf and shit. You know what I mean? The wildfires in West Europe. No, I'm saying that that's why all of that stuff is exacerbated. You know? It's why climate models are accelerating. It's because there's been 2 or 3 years of unending war, just unending bombs dropping all over the fucking place, particularly in Gaza. Yeah, it's a feedback loop. You're right. What world are we leaving behind for the people being born today? It fills me with anxiety and sorrow. That's why you've got to organize. That's why you've got to organize. Flexibility Love and Trust says, chat, I'm awaiting trial for malicious mischief, Scots law vandalism, aggravated by a terrorist connection. The district attorney for Palestine and all those... for DA for Palestine. Oh, right. And all affected by imperialism. The trial won't be until late 2027. I dread to think that Israel will continue to be allowed to act with the impunity they've used to exert their exterminationist expansionism while nothing seems to change. What I would probably say about that, Flexibility, Love and Trust, while I can't comment on what may or may not happen with your trial because I don't like to do that, but the state of Israel is not going to last for much longer. Whether it ends before your trial or afterwards, it won't be much longer. It won't live to see 2027, I don't think. That is, of course, what, Yahya Sinwar said. I've been sitting in dangerous air for 3 days. It's fucking completely fucked, Marcoots. 1,000%. I hope so. I mean, it's just the only, like, look, what is happening right now is a result of so-called Israel's expansionist and imperialist mindset, yeah? It's genocidal, expansionist, imperialist mindset, which is very similar to that of Nazi Germany, They are trying to create Lebensraum for the white race, and they are just doing it by murdering and genociding people in Lebanon, Palestine, everywhere, Syria, you name it, right? The only reason that they don't go for Egypt is because Egypt would literally flatten them in a fucking fortnight, right? But Hezbollah has a connection to Iran, and Yemen has a connection to Iran. There is a solid axis of resistance in the region. There is also Islamic resistance in Iraq. There is also a group in Egypt that has been rumored to have started. And all of these things exist because of their aggression. It wouldn't exist if Israel was a nice, kind state that got on with all of its neighbors and didn't do genocides. And it is the only fate for something like this. It is in the same way that Germany was the stooge for the capitalists of the early 20th century to try and prevent communism from spreading throughout Europe. Israel is that for some supposed made-up Islamo-Gauchism, nonsense that the current government is trying to say. They're trying to say Muslims are coming for everybody, and Israel needs to be there to stop it. At least the communism thing was real, right? But particularly, this is the rhetorical argument, but the real argument is because they want to maintain control over the region. They want to control oil, right? That's why Israel is truly there. It's a stooge state that is totally fascist, that is being used by imperialist forces, and it's kind of going out of control. Not in the same way that Nazi Germany went out of control. Nazi Germany went out of control very, very quickly, and it was not controlled in a thorough way, right? But when it comes to Israel, they are being thoroughly controlled. And them, you know, doing their own thing, and I guess, you know, imperialism losing control of them is not really happening. They're just not being reined in properly, right? That's all it is. And the more and more aggression that it takes out on Lebanon, the more and more Hezbollah are going to hit back. And Hezbollah, when they hit back, they hit them in effective areas, such as soldiers and military assets. And Israel cannot do that to Hezbollah because Hezbollah are too well organized. You know, and also the same with Yemen, the same with Al-Qassam as well. Like Al-Qassam, you know, are obviously not doing much at the moment, probably because they're completely exhausted. And you know, living in the enclave still, but you know, the only natural resolution for states like these is that they destroy themselves. Not necessarily destroy themselves; they're destroyed by outside resistance forces. With Nazi Germany, it was the USSR, and with Israel, it will be Iran, Yemen. You know, the axis of resistance within Southwest Asia. You know. Darius Stone, a UK streamer doing politics. There's many of us. There's dozens of us. Welcome in.
An airstrike overnight totally destroying a house, but it was preceded by 3 drone strikes, which allowed the family, the 6-member family, to leave. But 8 people were wounded nevertheless. Now, targeting Burj Ismaili is being seen as an escalation. There was also a drone strike that killed a person in Tibnin.
And with Japan, it was China, regardless of what American chauvinists might think. Yeah.
Burj Ismaili, Tibnin. These are villages quite far from Israel's occupation zone. The hill behind.
I just hate stamp duty. You have indicated your material conditions very, very clearly for me there, Darius. Thank you very much. By the way, I'm moving back to Sheffield. We should hang sometime. Yes.
Behind me, above Mansouri, that is the boundary, if you like, of Israel's occupation zone. They occupy more.
All the enablers of the genocidal state need to be held to account. I mean, luckily, China have, you know, created their own version of the International Criminal Court. So there's always hope. Hope never abandons you. Only you can abandon hope. That's one of the best sayings that's ever been given to me.
60 towns and villages.
There's hope everywhere for those who look, and that's what I try and provide in this stream. Because, of course, you know, even amongst most activist movements in the UK and activist reporting journalism, they don't look outside of the UK or Western nations to what is going on in various different countries, you know?
In Lebanon. So striking deeper inside Lebanon was seen as an escalation. Now they're saying that this was in response to the bomb that killed 2 of its soldiers and wounded 4 others in the occupied town of Majd al-Zoun.
They're admitting that they killed soldiers. So that means that Hezbollah probably killed about 50 soldiers. That's fucking hilarious, man. What the fuck?
To my left, we still do not know.
Hilarious only because, you know, if so-called Israel is admitting that soldiers have died, this is not something that they do. They simply do not say we lost soldiers. If they're saying they lost 2 soldiers, you could probably times that by 10, maybe even 20. They probably killed about fucking 50 soldiers. That's crazy.
Bomb was placed before the Israeli army occupied the village or after the Israeli army occupied the village.
Hey, guess what? In international law, it doesn't matter. Because the people who broke international law are, as always, the Zionist entity.
Blaming Hezbollah, and Hezbollah has not commented on that accusation. So really the situation is very fragile.
Why would they? Why would Hezbollah speak to fucking Al Jazeera, bro?
Yes, there's been a reduction in violence, but violence does continue. And, you know, hundreds of thousands of people have returned to their homes. And now they're wondering whether, if this conflict does escalate, they're going to have to leave again. But the statement by the Israeli army saying that in the past 24 hours they hit Hezbollah military sites in response to the bombing may be an indication that at least this round of strikes could be over.
In the meantime, as we were just mentioning, these talks are going on in Rome. They're backed by the US. They're between Israel and Lebanon. Hezbollah is not part.
Complete spectacle. Nonsense. Nothing is happening.
Part of this.
Don't delude yourself.
An attempt to get some sort of peace deal. Do we have any more on those talks?
Yeah, just a couple is so funny, right?
Well, it is the third and final day of those discussions in Rome. Lebanese and Israeli diplomats.
You know, like, what does anybody think is going to happen? Like, all that's going to happen is the Lebanese government is going to say to Israel, yes, you should own South Lebanon, and also we will disarm Hezbollah. Both things aren't going to happen. So it's such a waste that, like, you know, I get frustrated because it is like, once you see through it, chat, once you see through the media and the ways in which they fucking lie to you and they just obscure sources and shit, right? It is so fucking frustrating. It is so deeply frustrating.
And military officers. Yesterday, they ended earlier than planned because of the developments on the ground. And this is something that the U.S. State Department, mentioned in a statement. But it was
ADHD Papercut says, hello, what's up, Josh? What is this? What's up, Josh? That.
Even before the latest round of talks began, that there will not be much progress. The Israeli army, Israeli politicians, they have repeated time and time again, there will be no further withdrawals from southern Lebanon. This deal that they signed in late June involves the gradual pullout of Israeli troops. The Lebanese army enters, and the Lebanese army is supposed to make sure Hezbollah doesn't return. Israel is demanding a verification mechanism to be agreed first, and what we understand, there are technical discussions in Rome, but we haven't heard of any possible agreement on what that verification mechanism is. So few really are expecting an announcement that's going to show progress. And, you know, many people here feel in southern Lebanon is that engaging with Israel is just a waste of time. Really, this is what people who lived in Mansouri told us. They told us, you know, we're sitting in the streets on the side of the roads. We don't know if and when we can go back to our homes. When they're discussing future withdrawals in Rome, while Israel is taking more ground in southern Lebanon.
Zaina Khater there talking to us from
Thank you for the follow.
Lebanon. Appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed.
So there you go, a little update on Lebanon. I think we have another one here as well. More details of the blasts, I think. Israel launches fresh airstrikes on southern Lebanon amid ceasefire tensions. This was 7 hours ago. Al-Mansouri, this is a bit longer. Oh, no, it isn't. It's 2 minutes. So I think it might just be the same reporter in the same field. Yeah, it is. She's just not wearing her ballistic gear. I'm not sure we're going to learn much from that. So let's take a look at this.
You are
what time are we on? I've been streaming for 2 hours. We're at 9 o'clock. This is only 34 minutes long. We're going to watch the Resistance Report with John Elmer. This is not this week's Resistance Report. This is last week's Resistance Report when Iran was still firing at US defenses and US bases. So let's take a look at this. Always huge props and shouts to the Electronic Intifada, who are doing amazing journalism regarding Palestine, Iran, all that kind of stuff. And big ups to John Elmer, who does a lot of digging through the fake posts that you will see. That is sometimes from very disappointing sources, such as people who claim to be big proponents of the pro-Palestine movement, and they simply just retweet AI videos of rockets hitting made-up places that aren't real and being like, oh my god, Israel has been destroyed. So yeah, he does a lot of work sifting through the crap. We're going to check out the Resistance Report from last week and react to that.
Listening to the Electronic Intifada. I am John Elmer. This is the Resistance Report on day 1028 of Israel's genocide in Gaza, day 153.
Hey, Miabai, how you doing? Welcome in. No missiles seems like a cause for celebration. Yeah, I mean it's pretty much Jova, and everybody should go follow Miabai. She's an amazing streamer
against Iran. I am reporting this
and a good friend of mine
of Thursday, July 30th.
Personal recommendation.
And things are, as always, moving quickly. We will get into that more on the show. Let's take a look at the maps, as we always do. Again, this war was started, as Craig pointed out, with the supreme international crime of aggression, but by the Israelis and the Americans that launched the war on February 28th. More than 10,000 U.S. airstrikes on Iran, a comparable number of missiles and drones.
Gambling rewarded you today?
Iran towards couple dozen
good for
US
you.
bases across the region.
You pulled a $500 magic card. Let's fucking go.
On the far left, Kuwait, Bahrain, and beside Bahrain there, the peninsula of Qatar. repeatedly hit, and then Jordan.
The money isn't real. Yeah, you're right.
Border with Israel further to the west have been,
which makes me even more pissed off at how fucking poor I am.
Made up the thrust of the targeted bases. The real point, actually, this week in our weekly show was that for 5 days this week, there was an undeclared pause in fighting. The U.S. stopped after 13 straight nights in the middle of July till this week, 13 straight nights of attacks that were responded to by the Iranians.
Hey, Rat Freak, what's up?
After the final response to the final U.S. Attack, overnight attacks, the U.S. were doing the nightly attacks. Iran responded to the final one, and then there was a pause, in effect, an undeclared ceasefire, because Iran wasn't acting wasn't aggressing. They were being attacked, and they responded. And again, this has taken off, and now, as we are on the air, U.S. strikes last night, overnight, resumed, and Iranian missile attacks have resumed as well. And we'll get into some of those as we move forward. But just on the Strait of Hormuz, as we look at the next map, we can see the Strait of Hormuz, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Navy said that, again, I've read you this pretty much every week. This is exactly what they say every time. It's also what they say on Channel 16, which is the channel, the radio channel that all ships in the Gulf, Persian Gulf, are communicating on. But it says, we warn against the use of alternative routes in the Strait of Hormuz. The entrance to and exit from the Strait of Hormuz are clearly defined and remain under our full control. The alternative routes are unsafe and dangerous, and we warn against using them, as doing so will have serious consequences. That route they're talking about is the Omani route with so-called U.S. escort, but it's not ship escort because they don't have enough resources for that. It's an aerial escort at best. It's also a hotline that ships that are about to get struck by Iranian projectiles for violating Memorandum of Understanding number 5 are attacked in that channel. And the crossings of the Strait of Hormuz have become a trickle. In the Omani route, it's less than one a day, and it's
well, this is the point of contention, Mia, right? I was talking about this before. All sources that are reputable indicate that there are, I want to say 300 to 600,000 U.S. military personnel, including troops. The majority of that are troops, infantry, Marines, in the region, and a whole lot of military assets keep being sent to the region. Everything would indicate that they are gearing up for an invasion. And obviously, the stupidest decision that they made was to attack Iran in the first place. But it was that much of a stupid decision that I am not opposed to the concept that they would try an invasion. Because that would also be extremely stupid. They just seem to be doing the stupidest stuff of all time. And they got them troops in the region for a reason. Maybe they want to use them, I don't know. But they have run out of interceptor missiles. To be honest, the thing that the interceptor missiles affects the most are the Gulf states. And these vassal states, Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they are all learning that it was a bad idea to just be a vassal state to America now, because now they have no defense. If Iran wanted to destroy these countries, it could do so very easily by targeting critical infrastructure. The people in those countries would rise up overnight, right? Because they're pissed off with the rulers anyway. Like, how popular do you think Mohammed bin Salman actually is? Do you know what I mean? If you remove the threat of being executed by Mohammed bin Salman and his government for criticizing him, how many Saudi Arabians do you think would say, I wish he was never here, right? It would almost be 100%. So, you know, as soon as those people can't drink or eat, it's over. So, the US could entirely cut those losses and try and go for an invasion because they don't have any missiles, but they certainly still have an air force. They certainly still have a navy. They certainly still have infantry. The missiles for them not really a issue. They're only an issue for the Gulf states and Israel. So I don't know. It remains to be seen. We'll have to wait and see because they're certainly not withdrawing.
10 or 12 a day through the northern channel. Again, this is a significant reduction from the more than 120 oil tanker crossings before the war, down to a trickle now. And again, the World Bank has said that this is the large, they said actually weeks ago, that this was the largest oil disruption in the history of oil. And so that was as of a couple of weeks ago. So it's that much worse today. And the understanding from industry sources is the flow rate to recover for each of these is each day it's closed is at least 1 week to resume. And so now we have been closed for months, and we're talking multiple years to recover the oil flows back up to the global.
I'm just having a quick look, chat. It seems like today there's been some pretty significant movement from Ansar Allah, the Yemeni armed forces against, speaking of Saudi Arabia, against Saudi Arabia. I'm just doing a bit of research while John speaks.
Barry, let's take a look at the next map. We can see I showed you this map last week. It's handy to see the whole region. If you look at the bottom, in the middle there, you see it's just cut off at the bottom, but that is the Bab el-Mandeb. That is the strait into the Red Sea that is being blockaded by the Yemenis. We'll get to the Yemeni front a little bit later, but just to show you that. And then you can see here clearly the U.S. base architecture throughout the Middle East that has been targeted. And again, primarily being targeted in Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar. Saudi Arabia is apparently not allowing their air bases to be used in the same way for attacks. And so they have been largely spared from this round of fighting. At least we'll see how long that holds up. Now let's take a look at this missile stockpiles, because I'll just say it straight up from the New York Times. We don't quote from the New York Times very often, but they...
Okay, we got Bonza Barry with the Yemeni Armed Forces update. And this was today. This seems rather significant. Yemeni armed forces. Our armed forces have carried out a large-scale and qualitative military operation targeting enemy Saudi gatherings in areas of Al-Rawiq, Al-Ubur, Al-Thaniya, and other camps belonging to what is called the 1st and 3rd Emergency Brigade, using a large number of ballistic missiles and drones. The results of the operation were as follows. Hundreds of Saudi enemy mercenaries were killed and injured. A large number of enemy Saudi camps, gathering storage facilities, and weapons were destroyed and burned in the Al-Wadaya area in the east of the country. A large number of military vehicles present in the targeted camps were destroyed. The Yemeni armed forces warn the criminal Saudi enemy against any recklessness it commits against our country and people, and it will bear the consequences of any escalation. We advise those who've been misled and deceived among our people to leave the Saudi enemy's camps, return to their areas before it's too late. We assure our dear Yemeni people in all governorates that the armed forces are fully prepared to confront any escalation, and we call on our people to continue the state of alert to confront any Saudi aggression and to strike Saudi deployments wherever they may be. They may be kicking Saudi Arabia out of Yemen. This could be happening. Additional information. Convoys of Saudi-backed forces have been seen recorded gathering these areas over the recent days. The Yemeni armed forces mentioned it had observed these military deployments, and this was likely executed as a preemptive strike to precede their final preparations. Saudi media reports indicate that at least 80 mercenaries have been transferred to hospitals in Marib and Sayun. There are also reports that Saudi military officers and advisors were killed in the strikes. My God. So here's footage of those convoys. These are the mercenaries, I think, that Saudi Arabia has, been sending to these camps. They're doing that while it's over 35 degrees. Yeah, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a flying fuck, bro. So yeah, there's a bunch of supplies. You could see like big petrol tankers and stuff there with them. Reports of withdrawals from Saudi-backed forces from various areas following the widespread attacks on the YF. Oh my god, this footage is insane. Yemeni platform field sources report the commander of the 3rd military region, Al Sululi, has begun withdrawing important military equipment from the province of Hadramaut, which he had recently deployed to strengthen positions to the Saudi city of Sharora. So is this a cross-border withdrawal that they're talking about here? Hang on. Sorry, that's too big. If it's a cross-border withdrawal, that's significant. Yeah, these guys are fucked. These guys are looking fucked. Chat, we're talking about groups of 2 or 3 soldiers on a dirt road. Yeah, they got fucking battered, bro. They got fucking battered. These aren't even soldiers. These are just fucking civilians or some shit. So wait, what are we looking at here? I can't tell what's happening. Is this guy in a car or is he walking? No, he's in a car. He's in a vehicle. Maybe it's a... Yeah, it could be a quad. Don't know. Hard to know. Filming on his fucking phone. What's actually supposed to be happening here? What are we supposed to be seeing? What is this? These look like people wanting a lift. I mean, these could just be Yemeni people who are in the camps and they're like, yeah, fuck that now. We want to go home. I think that could be what's going on here. Yeah, they're asking for lifts, look. From this guy in this vehicle, whatever he's in. And of course, probably because he's a fucking Saudi mercenary, he's like, I'm not picking up these Yemeni scum. That's crazy, bro. That's absolutely crazy. So hang on a minute. The province of Hadramaut. Hadramaut. Let me just take a look at this on a map. Hadramaut. Yeah. So from Yemen to Sharora. So it's a cross-border. So it must be this road. There's only one fucking road. It's this road. Bro, they were like, here... And they were like, fuck it, we're going back over the border. That is significant. That is significant. I mean, as far as I know, this whole area here, you know where there's like nothing but desert, right? Nothing but desert all over the place here. I mean, there's a number of towns, obviously, right? But nothing compared to the actual, like, you know, bigger population of Yemen, which is literally on this side of the country. This is all controlled by Saudi-backed forces, right? So the Saudi-backed forces must have come. Let's just do a little drawing. They must have come, you know, done a little bit of this, yeah, to the border to try and like put pressure on the Yemeni armed forces and stuff. And then they got fucking cumstered and dumpstered like this. They got, and they've had to go. No, see you later. That must be what's happened. That's crazy, bro. I mean, like, it's completely predictable because Saudi Arabia is just like nothing. They don't really have an army or anything like that. And whatever kind of equipment they're giving to... yeah, Mule plays Hearts of Iron 4 live on stream. They're... you know, whatever equipment they're giving to the Saudi-backed forces, it's going to be basic. It's going to be crap. They've already... you know, had all of their equipment that's given to them by America, you know, fucking destroyed, wasted because of the war with Iran. So yeah, this is kind of just totally fucking predictable.
Put it pretty concisely here when they said Trump has set aside, at least for now, plans to sharply escalate American military assault against Iran, with particular concern that intensifying the war could dangerously drain the Pentagon's already diminished stockpile of Patriot and THAAD anti-missile interceptors. across the Middle East. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has cautioned privately that resuming major combat operations against Iran was doable, but that it would be that would dangerously deplete interceptors available to the United States military's Central Command, which is responsible for operations all over the Middle East. Now, this is the CSIS map, the Center for Strategic and International Studies graphic. Sorry, they put this graphic up as of April. And you can see the unit cost, particularly we're looking at the air defense costs are the bottom two. The SM-3 and the SM-6, those are interceptor missiles that are on Navy ships on the Aegis program. And the Navy ships, as I've reported week after week, are far too far away from the battle to actually...
Yeah, this was in April. Yeah.
...impact it with their interceptors. They're too far away. They're too far offshore. They were too far offshore in the Mediterranean, worried about Hezbollah attacks. They're too far out into the Arabian Sea because of IRGC attacks. So those are really off the table. We saw those SM-3s and SM-6s being used in the Yemen war with the U.S. when the Yemenis were firing constantly on American aircraft carriers and destroyers. But the bottom two are the key. First of all, the THAAD, the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense, which is their most significant air defense system, $15.5 million per interceptor.
It also seems significant how many Tomahawks, because these are offensive missiles that they've used, and these JASSMs as well, right? Estimated use in the war, 1,100. So that's like a third of Tomahawks. That's ridiculous, dude. If they only have 2,000 Tomahawks left, they probably can't do an invasion. It's probably fucking Jova, man.
Less than 100 interceptors can be made in...
I mean, the most dangerous thing that could possibly happen is that if America does a mini communism and at least takes state control of military production. Because if that happens, you know, the evil empire will just have way more control over the cost and the production speed of weapons. However, they kind of don't have access to the rare earth minerals either. Yeah. Like the Tomahawk they dropped on the Minab school. Yeah, well, they've clearly been using Tomahawks for other stuff as well, not just killing little girls. You know, they've also been desperately attempting to use Tomahawks to try and destroy Iran's military capabilities. But obviously that's not happened. You know? They killed those little girls, 150 little girls in Minab as part of the shock and awe strategy in the same vein of them killing people in hospitals, like attacking cancer hospitals and all this kind of stuff, in the same vein of doing that. And, you know, that shock and awe tactic did not work. The people of Iran did not rise up. There were no resistance factions within the country that decided to attack or anything like that as a result of those things. And so they were like, shit, we're going to have to actually try and start hitting their military capability now. And they couldn't. So 1,000. 1,000. Yeah, they need magnets from China to re-up. Yeah, they're stuck. This is it. They don't have the rare earths. They can't do it. Wolvie Raza says, in Vietnam, we bought more helicopters than missiles that could fit on them. Unfortunately, this will most likely turn into a huge tax heist to replenish stocks. Hammer costing $800 and stuff is another factor. It will inflate the price to steal more taxes. It's risky, but considering everything leads to a grift of some kind, I'm betting they try and force the military budget into orbit. Yeah, I mean, it would be unsustainable, right? It would just be unsustainable. Like, you just can't, you're not going to be able to do that. The only way that you could do it is if you take state control of that industry, of the weapons industry, and they won't do it because the corporation bosses are like mafia. They're like mafioso. They'll just find someone to kill Trump. You know. Eggs has already been asking for more money, and they already approved a $400 billion hike. Yeah. Yeah, they're trying to push the budget to over $1 trillion. It's not working. You know, even if they did, it's not going to work. They can't build them fast enough. Like, they don't have the production because the state does not control the production because the state is not interested in doing anything remotely communist. Trump was boasting a bit ago about how much rare earths they could take from Ukraine. I mean, you know, Ukraine would do whatever the USA wanted. right? So yeah, I could totally foresee a future where they're gonna demand that Ukraine give them all the rare earths, but Ukraine is trying to engage in its own indigenous weapons manufacturing, and they need the rare earths for them, right? If they want to continue to be a proxy against Russia, if the Empire wants them to continue to be a proxy against Russia, then they need to keep them for themselves. So the question as to whether that would happen, it's a very big question. It's very likely to be no. That's not going to happen. The answer is very likely to be no. So yeah. Also, yeah, they have how are they processing these rare earth minerals? You know, this is the folly of neoliberalism. They exported all of their fucking labor to the periphery, and now they can't fucking do anything. They can't fucking manufacture anything. I recall this started when Trump was elected, and articles at the time pointed out it would take a very long time for American factories to be built in Ukraine. He just thinks that, like, you know, it's classic real estate, tycoon bullshit. He just thinks that these things can be thrown up. Ukraine actually can't really export en masse at the minute either, nor does Europe allow for shipments of stuff because it fails some EU standards. So Trump was silly. Yeah, exactly. There's so many blockages to this. He's just coping. It's total cope, really, at the end of the day. We'll just get him from Ukraine. They'll do anything for us. They'll suck my dick, whatever I want. And it's like, yeah, but probably no.
Production line for these is 4 and 5 years out from an order. Orders that are already in the production line are 1 to 3 years away. So this is just really absolutely and completely limits the Americans' ability to carry out this war. And that's why you see the stops and starts, the threats, the breaks, the pauses.
Incredible.
Because the U.S. cannot continue this. And
this is the best analysis. This is correct. I think John Elmer is bang on the money. I think most people have been saying this are bang on the money. The reason that they're stopping and starting is because they are freaking out and they're trying to desperately figure out what is the most strategic thing that we could hit. In Iran, you know, they were saying, right, we're going to do bridge and power plant day, and they hit bridges and power plants, and then Iran just hit tons of stuff in Saudi Arabia, and they were like, oh no. Uh-oh. Whoops. Oh, yeah. It didn't really work out. So, yeah, and then they're like, yeah, we have to be conservative with our missiles, right? Now, the thing is that if the USA thinks that it can outweight Iran in terms of, like, you know, sieging it or whatever, they're wrong, because Iran has been under siege for 49 years, sorry. However long it's been. 47 years, isn't it? 47 years. 1979 is when the revolution happened. So, you know, good fucking luck. Any government that can only do a planned economy for a quarter, you know, plans its economy based on quarters. Trump is doing an accelerationist speedrun destruction of neoliberal hegemony. That's what I'm saying, yeah. Like, I think, you know, this is why people call him J.D. Pondon, because people are saying, yeah, actually, he's a Manchurian candidate that was activated. Whereas, no, the reality is he's just, you know, this level of incompetence and hubris is only something that can result from neoliberal capitalism. This is the end point, right? Did you see that they sent mails to troops to ask them for ideas for innovative ways to put pressure on Iran? I didn't see that. I'd like to. I'd like to see it. If you've got a source for that, I would love to have a look at that.
Just in the first,
I would even go so far as to say, as I would greatly enjoy looking at that.
February to April, you can see the amount of munitions used. The THAAD goes from 360 to 190. Patriots 2,300. Down.
They got sick of asking AI.
Again,
they did all the things that AI said.
April, we have now been covering 3
You put it in the Red Planet Discord politics channel?
July alone. So why don't we
let's have a look.
The next one, because they updated this to show. And again, so you're seeing finite resources. You can see it with your very eyes here. There's no secret stocks. There's no ability to recall these weapons from around the world. Previous packages that have been sold to allied nations. Most of those allied nations are using them right now to defend U.S. air bases against Iranian.
U.S. military asked troops for creative and unconventional ideas to punish Iran. Fucking hell yeah, dude. This is so good. Oh, that's great. The request from a senior officer at the U.S. military command carrying out President Donald Trump's war with Iran came in an email. We need ideas. We're looking for new and creative and unconventional ways to pressure and punish Iran. An officer in U.S. CENTCOM said, intelligence branch wrote in a message sent Wednesday to a broad group of military analysts, according to a source familiar with the message. A second source also said that a senior U.S. military officer sent the message last week soliciting new ideas on how to deal with Iran. A crowdsourcing style query, which military officials said was unusual over email, is one sign of the limited and potentially unpalatable options available to Trump to force Iran into a deal on his terms. Hoping to find an alternative, the official at CENTCOM kicked off the brainstorming session via email to see if anyone had a better idea. Like, this has broken my fucking brain. It's too funny for comprehension. I can't even like properly find it funny because it's too funny. Like, my brain just can't understand this level of incompetence. Like, it's like a cartoon. It's genuinely like a cartoon. But then again, cartoons are based on real life, right? Real life experience inspires artists and whatnot. Regardless if Trump's intent is to destroy capitalism, he's doing more to break capitalism than I ever thought I would see in my life. Yes, correct. Absolutely. Hey, PvP, how you doing? Hey, Eric as well, welcome in. U.S. CENTCOM has a long history of thinking and working in innovative ways. Captain Timothy Hawkins, a spokesperson for CENTCOM, said in a statement, Admiral Cooper in particular reaches out to members of our great team regardless of rank to achieve the highest levels of operational performance possible. The email preceded Trump's threat to launch new strikes against Iran, only to call them off over the weekend after regional officials, namely Saudi Arabia's crown prince, intervened by calling the president, urging him to de-escalate. And you know why this is, chat, right? You know why this is, because Iran was going to target desalination plants in Saudi Arabia, and if that would have happened, the people of Saudi Arabia would have risen up and beheaded Mohammed bin Salman live on television. That's why. This is the only reason why. For weeks, the US has hammered Iran with airstrikes designed to degrade its ability to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz and to bring Tehran back to the negotiating table, but there's no sign of a deal. Trump has been weighing intensifying the military campaign, potentially by relaunching intense strikes on Iran's remaining nuclear facilities, which he claimed have been obliterated in strikes last summer. Two sources familiar with the planning said the military has been actively preparing to launch strikes on Pickaxe Mountain. There it is again. Anglicization of the of the name, which is absurd. Other Iranian sites believed to contain either nuclear material or equipment. Even with America's most powerful conventional weapons, those sources say missiles and bombs alone are unlikely to achieve much because the facilities are buried deep underground. To destroy them, the US would likely need to use ground troops. A tremendous risk that Trump has been unwilling to take amid questions about his administration's transparency over service member casualties. Oh, chat, it just gets funnier and funnier every day. Every day. Despite the horrors, we can still laugh because of the incompetence of this empire. It's completely absurd. Trump has been considering strikes akin to a fireworks display, another source said, which would hit either the same or similar sites as those targeted a year ago in the hopes of a symbolic victory that would allow him to exit the war without actually accomplishing one of his initial aims. And it's unlikely that would resolve what has become the war's central issue, Iranian claims over the Strait of Hormuz. At the end of the day, President of the United States will want a deal, so he'll continually look for ways to get tough and get out of this. I want to know what... Listen, I need Rowie to come back to streaming politics so much. I need it so much. I need him to be translating what Israel is saying right now. Because I know for a fact that they are pulling out all of the shit. They're saying Biden was better. Why is Biden not the president? I can't believe these idiot Americans electing this fucking buffoon. Why can't we have Joe Biden back? Kamala Harris would have given us more money. Kamala Harris would have nuked Iran. All this kind of shit. I can't believe it. I can't believe that this is the case. I can't believe that this is what's happening. I need to know what Israelis are saying about this so bad. So bad, chat. The president's supposed to, by the way, you should still go and follow Rawi anyway, because he's just a great streamer and I love him to bits. But, oh my god. It's just fucking nuts. Air power has its limits, Dan Kane told lawmakers last month. Options for escalating the conflict have been presented to Trump for months and debated at length, and more military assets have flowed to the region in anticipation of a go-ahead from the president. One plan conceived by CENTCOM would involve heavy bombardment over the course of 1 or 2 weeks to take out Iran's missile capabilities. Okay, dude. Sure. That'll work. Try it another time. They tried this at the start of the war. 1 or 2 weeks of heavy bombardment. They tried it at the start of the war. That's what happened. That's what they did. That's what they did for the first month. And they kept saying, we've completely obliterated their missile capabilities. And they hadn't. Trump has so far held off in part hearing concerns from Kane about dwindling supplies of air defense interceptors. Other officials have also raised worries about the risks of high civilian casualties. Listen, if I know Trump, I know that he's thinking in his head. He's pondering at the moment. He's going, I wonder how much money Mohammed bin Salman gave me over the last 10 years. Is it as much as Miriam Adelson? Should I support Saudi Arabia as much as I support Israel? Should I betray Israel for Saudi Arabia? Should I betray Saudi Arabia for Israel? It's going to be Saudi Arabia for Israel, right? You know? And Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar. These don't even enter into the equation whatsoever. Because, you know, they've certainly not given him as much money as Miriam Adelson. I mean, maybe the plane that Qatar gave him cost more than $500 million. Possibly. I don't know. But, yeah. Trump could escalate by putting American boots on the ground. A threat he's made repeatedly. He's talking about occupying the strategic Karg Island, moving Iran's highly enriched uranium, but that would further break a key promise he made to his MAGA base. I'll not send you to fight and die in a stupid foreign wars. He doesn't, he doesn't care about this. Like, come on, man. He doesn't care about any of that. He could accept a dangerous status quo, endless rounds of strikes and counterstrikes with Iran that are likely to cost further American lives and leave the Strait of Hormuz in a state of constant peril that would resemble the forever wars he has criticized. I think we just want to win. I think we just want to win. We'll be hitting them very hard. At some point, they're going to say, we just can't take it anymore. Oh, this is great. Who told me about this? This was Red Bear? Thank you so much for that little bit of information. And also, Vord, for putting that in the Red Planet chat. Hey, Soph, I've only just got here. Have you seen Trump saying that they have an unlimited munitions supply? I've seen him say that before, but if he says it again, I'm happy to see it again. Also, everybody, please go and show some love to Sophie from Mars, one of my co-hosts on Red Planet, and also just an amazing content creator, organizer. I doubt it matters how much money any of these countries give Trump. I think Israel is too integrated in the West in ways the Gulf states will never be, which is why they'll all eventually turn to China. Yeah, I mean, of course, like, I think, yeah, that's it. Israel is America's weapons base in the Middle East. It's its military base in the Middle East. It's its biggest military base in the Middle East. And it's also a convenient fall guy, right? So that's it, right? By the way, Mayim Bialik is a Zionist. I just learned that Amy from The Big Bang Theory supports Israel openly. Yeah, where have you been, dog? Where have you been? She's a fucking utter psychopath. She's fucking horrible. She was like posing with that insanely evil book that they give kids in Israel. It's called like Under the Rocket's Glow. And it's literally like a kid's book that is designed to tell people, to tell kids why it's okay to fucking murder Did she write that? She wrote that book. I didn't know she wrote the book. It's a book that's designed to tell Israeli kids why it's okay to murder brown people. You know, she's complicit. If she did write that, she's totally complicit in the genocide. The worst one for me was when the guy from Disturbed was signing IOF missiles. Look, man, all I'll say about this is they did one good tune, and it was the cover of Land of Confusion, and even then the original is better. So don't worry about him. There's loads of better bands than Disturbed. Disowning Disturbed was very easy. Yes, that's right, Alejandro. Correct opinion. Correct opinion. Wait, what? I just got back from a meeting with some very woke housing activists who were telling our elderly working class neighbors to share their pronouns and a color that they currently feel like, and I feel insane. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. I love it when middle class activists organize on the Millwall estate. That's so good. That's so sick. What the bloody hell is this? The activists keep telling me they're amazed by the organizing we've been doing here, and I'm like, yeah, it's because I don't talk like you. That's great, man. That's so good. Oh, that's so good. Hell yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, what color does that make you feel? I'll tell you what color it makes me feel. Red for angry. Red for angry. The color of rage. Why not just say how you feel? Yeah. What is going on? Okay, you're gonna have to tell me about this. This is so funny. I was supposed to find out that infected mushrooms from Israel, but you know, in the bin with them. Yeah, I was never into them. It's kind of shocking considering she was in an okay-ish show. Bazinga. Everyone's got opinions. Everyone's got opinions. Mayim is not the author of the book. She's one of the people who reviewed and endorsed it. I see. Okay, thank you, Baldwin. Big Bang is sexist dog shit. I've never watched it. I've never watched it because I watched one episode and I was like, this is bad. So I didn't have time to do the analysis. I didn't have time to do any left-wing analysis on Big Bang Theory because I watched one episode. I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. Anyway. Let's carry on with the John Elmer thing.
Attacks. But look.
Be more funny, America. Now, you can't tar all the Yanks with the same brush. Yeah? You can't tar all the Yanks with the same brush because we've got Always Sunny. That's great. Tim and Eric. Yeah. What else do we got? That's it, really, innit? Unfortunately. How can you go to that from literal support of killing kids? There are people who are in very, 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 very good shows and who are in very, 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 very good bands, like Radiohead, for example, that are the same. And I think that should tell you everything you need to know. Mule, we have a lot to answer in terms of comedy. Little Britain was invented here. I'm not saying that Britain was good. Radio Balls. Radio Zio, yeah. Hey, Comradsky. Archer and I Think You Should Leave is good. Yeah, I Think You Should Leave is great. Hey, Mr. Dank, yeah. Yeah, Tim Robinson is great. And, you know, yeah, there's some good American comedies. You don't know who Tim Robinson is? You don't know I Think You Should Leave? Oh, it's like fucking American Vic and Bob. It's great. It's really fucking good.
Numbers just in, down to triple digits for the Patriot system. We've seen Patriots be fired in groups versus a single ballistic missile. We were watching that.
Little Britain makes me glad to be Scottish. It's such an English-coded show. Yeah, that'll be the blackface.
39 days.
And the yellow face. and they're making fun of disabled people, and they're making fun of trans people. Yeah, just bigotry in general. That would be the bigotry. Yeah.
I showed you videos where we were counting 5 interceptors for a single missile. So this is just not sustainable for the United States. And this doesn't even include the destruction of the radars. And the radars, in some cases, in many cases, hundreds of millions of dollars per radar that are knocked out have created large gaps in this system. So it's not just the missile interceptors, but it's as this war goes on, as the U.S. bases are degraded, as Iran targets the radar installations in particular, these missiles become less effective. And when they're less effective, they...
I used to watch it casually on the telly growing up. It's kind of a shock to me. Look, here's the thing, Mort. This is something that happens when you get older. I know that you're a younger person in the chat, and we're all old curmudgeons who've had cynicism poured into our souls through a decade and a half over you of finding out that shows that we liked when we were kids were actually extremely bad, and the people who wrote them were even worse. So don't worry about it. This is just your first step in becoming an older person. You've got many more opportunities like this that will come your way. It's the beautiful, rich tapestry of life, as my granddad used to say.
Of them to make up for the gaps in the radar. And so this is really a situation that the Americans can't get themselves out of. They, the Strait of Hormuz was open the day before the United States launched their act of aggression during negotiations, massacring people who were part of the negotiation.
Okay, it's going to have to happen. VOD watchers, I've got to leave you. I'm sorry, because we're going to show lesbian hot sauce coffin flop. Okay. Mort, you know how you said that you were really disappointed to find out that Mayim Bialik, even though she was in The Big Bang Theory and made you laugh, and you found out that she was a really horrible person? This is number 2. JonTron is just like he's just like a racist, bro. He's just a massive racist. So yeah, sorry to let you know. I used to love JonTron as well. I think loads of people in the chat probably used to love JonTron, but yeah, it came out that he was just a total insane white supremacist like 10 years ago. He's just not a very nice guy. So yeah. Yeah, sorry to be the bearer of bad news. Tim Robinson, you're gonna be fine. Tim Robinson, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, get onto Video Game Donkey and even Game Grumps. Yeah, Game Grumps are good. Never heard of JonTron. That's for the best, Steve. You're 50. Yeah, you don't need to worry about any of this stuff. You don't need to worry about any of that. You don't need to worry about JonTron's, Destiny's, Vorsh, any of that. That's for the best. You know, stay touching grass, King. Yeah. He's also not relevant. It doesn't matter. Yeah. I heard some things about Game Grumps, so I stay away from them. Oh, right, okay. Well, I don't know. Are you saying a strange white fella on the internet was racist? I'm shocked. Oh! Maybe not Game Grumps. I don't know anything about Game Grumps that's happened with Game Grumps. But yeah, Video Game Donkey's great. He's great. Germa's great. Markiplier, Vinny Vinesauce, they're all fine. They're all fine, guys. There's just like a bit of a Russian roulette with gaming content creators, where you're just gonna find out that they're like either someone who has sexually abused members of their audience, or they're racist, or anything, any kind of evil thing. Love Markiplier. Dude was my childhood. Yeah. Markiplier is just great. Markiplier is just like for consistently been very good. Consistently very good. But yeah. JonTron is actually Iranian American, but that does still make sense. Yeah, I mean, he totally looks white, right? And I think that he could possibly be a Reza Pahlavi guy. Noah Samson seems like a nice guy. Noah Samson is a nice guy. I've spoken to Noah before. Noah's a good guy. But now we're getting out of gaming people. Now we're getting into just like political people, you know.
Strike, the ultimate act of aggression. This doesn't have an end where the U.S. wins this war, and for Iran, it's existential. They cannot lose this war, so they're exerting control in the Strait of Hormuz, a massive choke point for the global economy.
Hey, Parko's language.
There's no signs of that changing anytime soon. We are going to show you a few Iranian missile operations.
I've never met I've never spoke to them. No,
it has sound in, so people be forewarned that you're going to hear the launch of multiple EMAD ballistic missiles coming up right now. So that is an EMAD liquid fuel ballistic missile traveling at 8,600 miles per hour.
I know all about game streamers ended up being dodgy. Back before lockdown, I remember loving Dr. Disrespect. The character was funny and over the top. Then he turned out to be a huge cheating asshole too. Yeah, and the rest. He was filming in the fucking bathroom at TwitchCon or some shit. And there was like people taking a piss and stuff. He's just like a weird freak. And a pedo. I haven't heard anything about him being a pedo, but you know, this stuff is very, very likely. Yeah.
Pointed out today.
Very likely shit.
By that, he said that they intercepted everything fired at Jordan. Just as we came on air, satellite footage emerged of what appears to be multiple F-35s.
He was fiddling underage girls.
Salty Air Base in Jordan. We will follow that up for next week's show for sure. But again, the EMAD has a maneuverable re-entry vehicle. It is very difficult to intercept. It is why they fire multiple at each one, and has a 750 kilogram warhead, which means that when it strikes, it does very considerable damage. Let's look at the next strikes. These were from earlier in the week, just before the pause. Here we're seeing the launch of a series of Fatah 110s, Zulfagar. There you see
They recently discovered the insides of those missiles. They got built-in jammers.
Wave
Smart.
of them launched all at once. The IRGC said this was the 27th wave launched. They said against a devastating attack against the American base at Al Azraq, that is Muwafaq Al Salti Air Base, causing significant damage to several fighter jets and killing and injuring a number of American soldiers by destroying their military base housing. So significant strikes also at Muwafaq Al Salti is the base where 3 soldiers were killed. And I showed you that video last week and appealed to the United States military.
Oh, by the way, chat, I totally missed it, but I have been live for 3 hours and 20 minutes. I normally do it at the top of every hour. There is an ad break that has probably already happened, so sorry about that if people got hit with ads and I didn't warn them. Yeah, it happened about 8 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. If you want to miss the ads in future, please consider subscribing. This is my full-time job, and I missed a bunch of days streaming last month because my cat was very ill and nearly died. The vet's bills are all sorted, so don't worry about that. But I did, of course, lose income from, you know, this is the Twitch tax. You take a day off stream, you don't earn money. That's how it goes. And I would appreciate if people could donate so that I can continue to stream as my full-time job and pay my rent, pay my bills, all that kind of business. So please consider doing that. Please consider tipping. Please consider subscribing. We have hit the dono goal for yesterday, even though it wasn't live yesterday. And we have pretty much hit the dono goal for today, because what do we got on top of that? we had like a £75 donation, so that's £15 on top of the dono goal, plus another £7, that's like £25. And then we've had 10 subs. So I think just like another like 5 subs would do it for today, or 25 quid, whatever you fancy. If you want to subscribe, if you want to gift subs, if you've got a Twitch Prime, you can use that here, or if you want to donate to the PayPal, whatever takes your pleasure, is whatever way I will accept it. Yeah, he's doing fine, thanks, Steve. Yeah, he's totally loving that I've moved his. In fact, let me just go and check. Just hang on 1 second. Okay, that's really cute because I thought he was gonna be in his cat tree, because I moved his cat tree near to the window so that he would be able to look outside more, so that he's less stressed and stuff. And he's just been spending a whole fucking load of time up there, but he was sat where I sit on the couch because obviously he likes things that smell like me and stuff, and he wants to be on me without being on me and stuff, which is really cute. So yeah, he's doing fine. He's doing totally fine. He had a bladder blockage, but they sorted it out, and yeah, he's gone back to normal kidney levels and what have you. Just got to maintain his I've just got to monitor his piss output to make sure that he is not pissing blood, you know, and stuff like that. So yeah. Hey DJ, how you doing? Everybody go follow DJ Empirical.
There's 4,000 of them in Georgia alone, and 50,000.
Yeah, I'm on Piss Watch.
I said to send us what it looks like when it's when you're under attack on a U.S. airbase in the Middle East. Well, just after saying that, Admiral Brad Cooper, who's
pissing like a champ.
CENTCOM,
yeah, he is actually.
He was said that he issued an internal warning about operational security after videos surfaced of the Muwafaq al-Salti airbase attack that was hit on July 17th. Obviously, not implying that was a response to my call.
So again, we saw this last month, July 17th. Yeah. Where they were rushing to a bomb shelter at Muwafaq al-Salti base, and it was like a shipping container. And so that is probably what is being referred to here when there was a command issue to be like, please don't share images of the base. This is operational security, but obviously US service people are getting pissed with how bad this operation is going, this entire war is going. And so they are doing things like going, hey, look at the state of my base, bro. Look how shit it is.
But just that they're aware of the operational security and how impactful it is when the world sees the missile strikes on U.S. bases.
I've also just realized that when I was reading out the donos that we got today, I missed out a bunch of other donos that came in. So we've definitely hit the dono goal for today. But consider, chat, that I didn't stream for a week, and yeah, I'm struggling quite a lot at the moment, to be honest. So yeah, please consider subscribing and donating regardless. Sorry to the people who donated that I forgot. Streamlabs is doing very, very bad with the recent events page. It just doesn't fucking load, and I can't fucking look at it when I'm live and shit. So yeah.
As we saw on last week's show, you can always find Resistance Report back.
Yeah, I obviously had a Dono from Lesbian Hot Sauce, Sawyer Enjoy It, and Red Bear as well.
On our YouTube channel and the Resistance Report playlist. Let's take a look at the other strike, number 7 here. We're looking at an Imad launched here. You can see it in a daylight launch there. The first one we showed was a nighttime launch, but you can see the debris falling on
Sophie's right. Everyone give a few quid and it'll add up. Yeah, absolutely.
Ballistic missile that travels at Mach 15. So that's what they're
Mach 15
there, the speed at which it travels. That was launched in that last raid. Then you're going to see a group after this of Khyber Sheikhan and Zulfikars and Fatah 110s. Those are the solid fuel missiles that they use. You can see there with the opaque white colored smoke, that exhaust smoke from the missile to give you a sense of the solid fuel.
That's a solid chain. Is it an Amazon special or from a small business? I bought this chain 22 years ago. No, 24 years ago from Affleck's Palace in Manchester. Can't remember what shop it was. I think the shop was called No, I can't remember what it was called. This is a chain that I used to beat the shit out of a guy who used to keep touching my first proper girlfriend, essentially sexually assaulting her when we were like 12 and 13 and stuff. Crescent, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and the support in the stream. Thank you very much, Crescent. So yeah, I took.
It's me.
Oh, DJ Imperial with the £6.66. Let's go.
Hail Satan.
Hail to you. Thank you so much for the £6.66. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, basically, yeah. There was this guy at school. He was a bit of a bully, and he just used to like touch my girlfriend's ass and fanny and boobs and stuff, and he just wouldn't stop when we told her to stop. So I took a chain in and beat the shit out of him. Yeah, it's older than you, and it used to be. I mean, it's great quality because fucking look at it, right? Look at the state of it. I think I don't know what fucking metal it is. It might be platinum or some shit. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's fucking great. Like, this is not rusted or scratched or anything in the 25 fucking years that I've had it. You know? No, I didn't murder him. I just beat the shit out of him, dude. He ran into a fucking classroom with a chair and chased me across the field with it. I didn't win the fight. I just made a bit of a statement. You know what I mean? What was I going to say? But yeah, you can see like these little connectors that I've got, right? Because these are from other chains, because I can't remember what happened to the connectors, but these connectors are just like a bit crap. They're from other chains that I've got, so those are Argos specials and shit. Do you know what I mean?
In less than 10 minutes, they can be...
It's got based history. No, it's not based to break the law and physically assault people. And I'm very lucky that Billy Wyatt didn't press charges against me. So thank you very much, Billy. But yeah, not based to break the law and assault people. Don't ever do it.
Deployed. They could be missile siloed.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Drones, again, that have been pinpoint accurate and striking bases across the region, particularly just across the Gulf, where all the states that are...
Flexibility, love and trust. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Mort. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes.
And...
yeah, made him think twice, yeah.
Number 8, we've got some more drones here from the 27th wave. And again, the 27th wave targeted air bases in Jordan and Kuwait. And you can see the Shahed 136 here be launched off the rack launchers there. You'll see them as they get closer. This is a...
enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes, more
launched simultaneously, and you can see the racks. These next two ones, you can really see it better there. And that's how simple it is to launch these Shahed drones. You can see the rocket booster is what falls off there as it flies after the rocket boost there. It drops off the rocket booster to reduce its weight. And these have been obviously a devastating weapon throughout this war. Let's take a look at number 9, because again, I always want to bring in the fact that it's not just the IRGC that's fighting. It's also the Iranian armed forces themselves, the
Artesh
army, the Artesh. This is an
which, by the way, the Artesh is not prescribed, chat. The Artesh is, I repeat, not a prescribed group. So you can fully support the Artesh in their fight against the imperial aggressor of the United States, just not the IRGC.
Operation on Camp Boring,
which also highlights how absurd it is. Right? It highlights how absurd it is that they decided to, you know. I did not cover Palantir in the NHS. It's kind of like well-known news in left-wing spaces in the UK, right? That Palantir has done a deal with the NHS and they now have access to all NHS, which is everybody in the UK, by the way, all NHS patients' data. Every single person in the UK, their data can now just be like looked at by Palantir. Yeah, it's completely insane. And of course, it's a Keir Starmer blinder. You know, not that Andy Burnham's reversed it or anything. So, you know, yeah, there's been a big campaign about it. I spoke about it when the deal was first being spoken about, and A lot of activists in Manchester that I know have been talking about it and sharing and raising awareness of it and stuff. And obviously there's been petitions, demonstrations, all this kind of stuff. But there's not really a lot you can do when the government just forces this shit through and whips the MPs to vote for it. You know what I mean? That's our fucking data. That's our fucking data. And now Peter Thiel's got it. Didn't know the Palantir contract went ahead. Oh yeah, you better believe it.
Camp Doha.
But the funniest thing, by the way, right? So but this is the thing, chat. Like I used to say this every Prime Minister's questions when Starmer was there, when Starmer was at the whatever you fucking call it, the dispatch box, right? I used to say, whenever he said, "We funded the NHS more than any other government in recent history," I always used to make sure that people knew the caveat of that is that the funding that they've done is to the data management side of it, and that is basically awarding this contract to Palantir, this government contract to Palantir. That's what the funding of the NHS was that Keir Starmer did, that he used to boast about all the time. What use could that possibly be for the NHS? They were saying that it would improve the efficiency of logging data and all this stuff. The NHS has also recently said they have seen little to no improvement in the efficiency of managing patient data as a result of the contract. That's good, isn't it? Yes, and the CEO of Palantir UK is Oswald Mosley's grandson, and he is quite clearly a Nazi. His name is Louis Mosley, Louis. He might be Louis or Louis, I don't fucking know. But he's just an evil son of a bitch. Sorry, I don't like to say bitch, but yeah, he's just an evil piece of shit. So that people know their rights, I here in the UK disagree with the prescription of Palestine action in the IRGC by the UK government, but I am explicitly not encouraging anyone to support them as per my rights in the Terrorism Act. Yes, that's what you can say legally. Correct. Yes. Yeah, no positive impact for the NHS. Who'd have thought it? Who'd have thought it?
Camp Arif Jan in Kuwait, and you can see them launching their Arash 2 long-range drones there, effectively a cross between a drone and a cruise missile that were designed specifically for targeting Israel. And they have announced 25 phases, so 27 phases for the IRGC plus what happened today, and 25 for the Army. That's how they are doing their accounting. And again, a phase.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. You're right. Flexibility, love and trust. Northern Starmer will be the final death blow to Labour's socialist roots. 1,000%. The recent Defend Our Juries protest, where they had people standing around with signs that read that they support Palestine action. They were even arresting people just stood next to them, as Flexibility, Love and Trust says in the chat. I think I was talking about this 2 days ago. on the stream. I can't remember. It's all been a bit of a blur because of Melpo, but I'm pretty certain that they were just arresting people and making stuff up. And it's just because, at the end of the day, what happens is the inspector says to the fucking filth, right, go out there, arrest everybody, just make stuff up. That's what they say. It's like when we talk about cop infiltration in leftist organizations, spy cops and all that kind of stuff, right? Some of it doesn't even have to be official spy cop stuff. You could just be a cop who wants to fuck things up for a leftist organization and get involved. You don't need any permission from the inspector to do that shit. If they found out you've been doing it extracurricularly, you'll get rewarded, right? So, any and all kinds of things that the cops do in the UK, it's all sanctioned previously. It's not like, there's these rogue coppers who are doing X, Y, and Z, etc., etc. It's why they're all bastards. It's why we say all cops are bastards. Yeah, and the cops will just cover for you if you're doing that shit. They'll just be like, oh no, this person really wanted to make the protest movement really good. Yeah, COINTELPRO type shit. Yeah, no, it's if you don't think that this is happening in the UK, you're naive. You're completely naive. But not only because it's been completely proven to be the case, but also, why would the state not stop leftist organizations from building power? Why wouldn't they? Yeah, cops that were raping people, I don't know how far that goes, but I know particularly the main thing that people talk about is the environmentalist movement, where cops had babies with people these women fell in love with these spy cops and had babies with them and shit. And it's like, you know, when you find out that that person isn't who they say it is, that's rape. You've lied about who you said you are. This person would have never fucking slept with you if you were a cop, if they knew you were a cop. So, you know, think about it. That's the bit that I know, you know. I saw they're trying to wind down the spy cops inquiry. Yeah, of course. They're trying to look. Britain is trying to go the way of the United States in a more stiff upper lip manner. Mule and I know people who knew people for years or even over a decade who turned out to be spy cops. Yeah. There is a reason that the UK is trying to go the way of America, but in a very sort of like, you know, stiff upper lip British way. It's not going the same way because I don't quite know why things aren't being cracked down on in the same way in America. They're focusing particularly on Palestine Action and other groups, right? But in terms of what they I think want to do, you know, they are actually just trying to turn into a nation that, I mean, I don't know. You know, now that I'm saying it, I don't think the UK does want to Turkify. I don't think they want to become like a dictatorship, kind of huge military straight and stuff like that. State, sorry, not straight. I think that they do still think that they're part of NATO because they know that Britain on its own is just like measly, like, you know, completely weak and isolated as well. So I don't know, you know. Yeah, I just don't know. I dread to think that maybe some of the activists that are organized with for Palestine are infiltrators. At the end of the day, you know, if your org doesn't have good OPSEC, it's just always a possibility. And even if your org has good OPSEC, it's still a possibility. It's why when you work with people in organizations like that, you've got to try and keep your emotions at the door and not fall in love with people. And I don't mean that literally. I mean, like, you know, don't... I hate to say it, but like, your comrades are your comrades and your friends are your friends. And that works in tandem, to be honest, because you need a support network outside of activism. Right? You need a support network outside of activism. This is something that experienced activists will tell you all the time. You can't just be like, okay, everyone in my organization is amazing. I love them to bits. They're all my mates. And this is my own experience as well. There are people who I organized with that I thought were my best friends. They were amazing. They're great comrades and all this stuff. And they completely stabbed me in the back. I'm not going to go into the ins and outs of what happened with me, you know, last year in GMTU. I don't think ever on the stream. Just because it's fucking stressful for me and I can't be bothered with it. But, you know, there are people who you will sit there and be like, wow, this person's amazing. They're so good. And, you know, as soon as one thing goes wrong, they treat you like you're fucking radioactive. They never want to hear your side of the story. It doesn't matter how innocent you are. It doesn't matter how fucking, you know, wrong people get a situation, a read on a situation. They don't want to listen to you. They don't want to be associated with you. They don't want to fucking talk to you. They're not your fucking mates, right? That's what you have to remember. That's serious advice. Serious advice.
For the Army, it's not a single launch. It's that whole series of launches, and a wave for the IRGC is not a single barrage.
And that isn't me saying be paranoid of everybody that you organize with. I'm saying just have friends, right? Have fucking friends. Don't just rely on the organization that you're in to be your mates, because guess what? They'll drop you. If something happens, they'll fucking drop you. Because, you know, the sad reality is we live in the Imperial Court. There are some people who are in the organizing scene, not because they want to build dual power and build a revolution. They want to get some experience so that they can get a nice, well-paid charity job. I know that sounds cynical, but it's true. Yeah? It's true. And it's fucking annoying. But just keep people at arm's distance. You organize with people, you treat them as your comrades, you respect them, this, that, and the other. But don't fall into the trap of thinking that they're your mates and your busy mates and they'll do anything for you and look out for you, because it just doesn't happen, yeah? You might get into a situation where that happens, and that's great, good for you. But it doesn't happen often, right?
Sometimes a wave can last many hours and include many dozens of.
Yeah, just keep a healthy distance when it comes to organizing and getting personal.
Targets.
Yeah,
But that is how
humans
they
can be
are
shites. Yeah.
classifying, their operations so far. Let's take a look at some battle damage assessment.
That's a great way to say it, Bob. Are you okay with Bob? That's a great way to word it, like work friends. Yeah, you got to keep them like your work friends. Think about people that you associate with work, your work friends. You got to keep it like that. Yeah,
because we're really starting to get these put together. Let's look.
Truth nuke: human nature does dictate egos get in the way of movements too frequently. That is kind of what it is. It's sad. I don't think it's human nature though. I would push back against that. I think it's neoliberal brainwashing. That's what it is. Neoliberal brainwashing elevates the ego and puts it on a pedestal, right? There are lots of places where that isn't the case. There's lots of places in the periphery where, you know, Vietnam is a great example. One of the best truth nukes I ever got was from our wonderful comrade Luna Oi, who is a great content creator, Marxist-Leninist from Vietnam. We made a joke or something or other when we had her on Red Planet years ago. I was making a joke saying something like, yeah, I invented that. I came up with that. And she was like, you Westerners are so obsessed with who did what. We did it. We did it. The collective did it. Humans did it. You're a human. Even if you had the initial idea, what does it matter if the idea benefits everybody? And that just like fucking, it just blew my fucking mind immediately. I was like, oh yeah, she's right. She's fucking right. Yeah, it's our joke, comrade. It's fucking our joke, comrade. Yeah? It's our idea. It's our movement. Yeah? It's not yours. It's not his. It's not hers. It's not theirs. It's not Jim's.
We can
Ours.
see the before and after on the Kuwaiti air base of Ali Al Salam. You can see the containerized base housing here. Again, I showed you this last week when it was destroyed at Muwafaq al-Salti and also at Tower 22, the American base on the border between Jordan, Syria, and Iraq. And again, we can see the next slide, 11, shows you significant damage into these containerized.
So he says, I think over time, if anyone here is in the organizing scene in the Anglosphere, I'll say you get more and more of a sense of who is a middle-class kid trying to get extra credit for doing good things and who really has your back. Yes. When conflicts happen, paying attention to who is happy to completely dispose of someone rather than exercise conflict resolution skills will be enlightening. Yes, it will.
Housing units. We can see the after shot here from number 11.
No one is disposable, chat.
Maybe they're empty. Maybe they're all empty every single time they're hit. Because we know the numbers that are coming out are not accurate, although the U.S. did update their casualty database to over 200 just in the July exchanges of fire.
Let's go back to the content a little bit here, because this is fucking crazy. Look at the state of this, man. Look at the fucking state of this. They flattened, like, what is this? The previous image shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hangars. There's only 3 left. There's only 3 that are undamaged. They just fucked up 6 hangars, bro. Like, and you can see bits of plane in there. That's quite stark, actually.
After that is on top of the more than 450 from the first stage of the war, the first 39 days from February till April. Let's take a look at number 12, because you can see the way that that we can use this SOAR atlas, this 3D atlas, to show you this destruction on the base using multiple maps here that you can see the containerized housing destroyed. On last week's show,
is it housing? It's not bits of planes. Oh, I thought it was bits of planes. It must be bits of slats. You know, slats that they use in construction for cladding and whatnot. Prefabricated slats
on bases in Germany
for roofing and whatnot.
The U.S. Houses their troops, and we know just before coming on air that satellite footage revealed battle damage at Ali Al Salam Air Base, the same air base at the hangars of their MQ-9 Reaper drones. We'll have to follow that up for next week and get you visuals on that and on the strike on Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base. That
you could write a whole sort of morbid comedy about this, right? You know, just these fucking American troops on these bases just sat there and just go like, you know, one of them's there going like, not my fucking Switch 2. You know, he left his Switch 2 in the trunk, in the boot, whatever you call it, the foot locker in his bed. He's like, God damn it! Like, he's thinking about his Pocopia save. He's thinking about all the trophies he got in Mario Kart World.
Apparently targeted 3 F-35s on the apron. Let's take a look at number 13 now. This is King Faisal Air Base, and this just gives you a sense of the size of the base. And then we focus in here on...
It's just because I kept thinking about that one soldier's obituary where it was like, he loved Chateau Milk. Completely depressing. Oh my God.
These hangars that are destroyed, and you can watch on the right-hand side, you can see the panels get blown out of those 3
he loved
hangars.
brands.
The IRGC
he loved those brands so much.
Storage facility. It doesn't appear to be. That wouldn't be where
lived and died for Chateau Milk.
Hangars for fighter jets and drones, which in many ways is a lot more significant of a target. Let's look at number 14. That shows the before and after of that same strike. Here on the hangar, you can see the vehicles around it, and watch.
Looking at Al Jazeera, the header image for this article is a crazy billboard in Tehran of Trump getting murdered. Oh my God.
In this next one, 15,
I condemn it.
The after effects.
I condemn it.
You can see the blowout panels on that as well.
You went to the Chateau Milk Company business for the eclipse? Wait, what? You're the only person in the chat. I was speaking about this like fucking, what was it, 3 weeks ago or something, and everyone was like, I don't know what that is. I've never heard about it. Even the Yanks, right? Yeah, I guess you're near Missouri, right? Because that's where it is. They did an eclipse event. No, yeah. Of course, yeah. I know they're a big. I know what they are. We did a bit of research. Very good products. You're doing it. You're doing it. It's going to be on your obituary, even if you don't die in a war. Bright person lived and died for Chateau. Sorry. They were in a place of where the solar eclipse was. So what? The Chateau Milk. This was an official event that they did. They were like, you know, come to. I can't get over the fact that they're called Chateau Milk. They name their company like it's a Star Wars character. They were like, hey everyone, come to town for the eclipse. My normie roomie at the time wanted to go. Yeah, fair enough. I don't judge people for going. It's an eclipse event, right? You know, a corporation's going to take advantage of it. But I just think it's really funny. It's just like... Yeah, no, exactly. Any business in a good location for the eclipse would make dough. They want to make dough, yes. I assumed you meant Chateau Milk. No, not Chateau, like the French. Chateau. That's literally how it's spelled. Chateau. Yeah, exactly, Steve. Exactly like that. It's just insane. It's just so insane. Chateau Milk. What was the other thing that he liked? Like, yeah, they shat what? Exactly. Chatout. It's the owner's last name? You mean there's a John Chateau? Sean Chateau. He better change his pants then. Get out of town. Sean Chat. That's ridiculous, mate. What are you on about? Sean Chateau. He had a fucking shit time at school, didn't he? He had a shat time at school. Chateau Milk Company is a family-owned dairy farm in Osborne, Missouri, founded by Leroy and Barbara Chateau. There's a whole bunch of these cunts. With milk deliveries starting in June 2003 Famous for using reusable glass bottles, provide hormone-free milk, cheese curds, seasonal flavors across the Kansas City area. Leroy Chateau is so good. Not Sean, Matt. Matt Chateau. Oh my god, I can't do it. I can't be dealing with it. I can't be dealing with it. I feel like a fake Missourian. I've never heard of this place. Matto Chateau. Matto Chateau. Reusable glass bottles. Yeah, just glass bottles. Literally glass bottles. Once you go shot, you don't go back. That's right, Zipper. Oh my god, that's so funny. Hey, bourgeois beef. Matto Chateau is crazy, man. That's crazy. You know everyone was calling him that at school. Matto Chateau. Matto Chateau's Matto Chateau. That's a good one as well. Thanks for the follow at that particular moment. At this particular moment. Oh my god. There's a reason I live on the Kansas side. Missouri is a cartoon hell world. Oh yeah, Missouri just fucking they fucked over Cory Bush in the Dem primary as well, didn't they? Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking that's explainable, you know? I was thinking, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I was thinking about Missouri and I was like, yeah. Hey Ragav, how you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, he would not have survived. He wouldn't have survived any secondary school in the UK. He's lucky he probably got homeschooled in the fucking US, you know?
So these satellite images that the Iranians are giving to add into the mix of the SOAR 3D Atlas effects, which was launched just over a month ago and has been
Matto Chateau, man.
After the United States.
Blump Chateau and his milk company, yeah.
Commercial satellite companies from distributing battle damage in the Middle East. But there's those same satellites are allowed to show you battle damage in Iran. Because the Americans are bragging about the battle damage in Iran and lying about the battle damage on their own bases. Let's take a look at 16. This is Ahmed Al Jaber Air Base in Kuwait, and this is an FPS 117 radar, and you can see the radar dome there. And the IRGC said, continuing the Dark Night campaign against U.S. air defense systems and radars in the region, they struck and destroyed one early warning radar, one missile defense radar system, and one FPS 117 radar, and one Patriot air defense missile system, and a satellite communication system related to the U.S. military air defense, all located at Ahmed Al Jaber base in Kuwait. So those F-117, FPS 117 radars, I'll show you this in the next slide, number 18. This is the original GE slide from the Cold War. This is a poster of them advertising this type of radar, and you can see a cross-section of what the previous map.
Okay, this is a bit crazy. I was just looking up some news about the by-election. Is the by-election today? Is Clacton by-election today, chat? Is it? I have no idea. I mean, it's all a farce, isn't it? Like, it doesn't matter, right? I just saw something. Oh my god. No, it's the 13th, 14th. Hey Morgana, by the way, welcome in. Okay, so it's next week, right? Because I don't know what they're playing at, man. But Reform, apparently 11 hours ago, Reform UK Home Affairs spokesperson Zia Youssef is giving a speech this morning on his party's latest offering on immigration. It follows a small boat's announcement on Monday. The party faces continued reporting on the source of its funding. Youssef brands this morning's policy the Deliveroo Law, naming it after the food delivery app. It involves a crackdown on the number of illegal immigrants working in the sector by making senior figures in businesses criminally liable. Youssef says there are over 1 million 16 to 24-year-old Brits who are out of work, not in education or training. They're completely for entry-level jobs, record numbers. Corporate CEOs have been making a fortune by hiring illegal workers and undermining British youngsters. Reform will jail them and stop illegal working for good. Now, why is this insane? It's, of course, insane because, you know, the real crime is that Deliveroo does not offer contracts to its workers, and it is a gig economy, right? Yeah, this is Nazi policy, but also more crucially, this is targeting CEOs, right? We are going to jail CEOs who hire illegal workers. Now, if you're a CEO with a lot of money, the chances are that you have exploited a migrant worker, right? That's just kinda how capitalism works, yeah? That's how CEOs make a bunch of money. It sounded like it's targeting CEOs, but any kind of law trying to actually enforce this idea would just be no job for migrants. Yes. However, I think that corporate CEOs know that if white working class Brits start working for Deliveroo, they're going to want a contract. They're going to start to demand higher wages. They're going to complain about how shit it is to work for Deliveroo. There's going to be far more. Listen, the reason that there is a illegal migrant workforce of Deliveroo drivers is because they're easier to exploit, right? That's why this is. It's the underclass. That's what it is. Me and Soap were talking about this today, about how Reform have been putting their foot in it by, basically taking pot shots at different sort of like, establishment stuff. They are actually trying to pivot now to sound like they're targeting the establishment. And Soap's probably right. It's probably not true that they will target CEOs. It's probably true that they will, just make a policy that is like, illegal workers just can't work, right? But will corporate CEOs see this and go, okay, we got to ruin these guys' life? Yes, why the hell would you back Reform when they're pushing policy like that? Why would you do that? It's completely insane, that they are talking about this in this way. Talking about corporate CEOs. Corporate CEOs be making a fortune by hiring illegal workers. We will jail them, right? This is a threat against CEOs. It's not going to go fucking well for Reform, who can't stand up to a minutia. Is it minutia? A modicum of scrutiny? We will establish the toughest penalties anywhere in the world to end illegal working and stand up for British workers. Insane. Just completely interesting, insane, bizarre choices here.
Just showed you as a radar dome, and whenever we see that, it just looks like a white ball. But this GE promotional poster, which was sent out during the Cold War, they folded
previously under the slightest pressure,
program that is literally a $750 billion.
Have you seen the 30p Lee and Richard Madley interview today or yesterday? It was totally bonkers. No, I've not. I've not checked out any UK stuff for some time because the Iran war has just been very, very, very intriguing.
Plus program that is being deployed in the Middle East right now and failing is a Cold War, is a process that began in the Cold War. And these were early warning radar stations that were set up in many cases in Canada to track Soviet launches. And so you can see
half a laptop.
Inside, that looks like the dome is broken, but it's the cross section. You can see the massive size of the phased array radar that's in there, multiple stories high, and then below it, the base on which the FPS 117 sits can be a command center underneath. So maybe that's empty too, because we're not getting casualties like these ballistic missile strikes seem to indicate. Let's look at number 19, because this is an interesting one.
Okay, Slick Stick Stuck. I don't know if you're here, but I finally took a look at the Democratic Socialists of Canada. They seem to be pretty explicitly a lot more based than the DSA. And, the DSA is fine. I've spoken about that. I'm not shit talking the DSA, just in case there's anyone in here who really likes them. But I just want to, I just want to call a bit of attention to this. We're a membership-led, democratically run socialist organization committed to building socialism in Canada. We believe in the power of collective action. We aim to organize poor and working class people across Canada so they can leverage their strength to challenge and dismantle capitalism and oppressive structures. Our goal is to empower working class Canadians to control economic, legal, and governmental institutions, creating a society that prioritizes the needs and rights of the many over the interests of the few. Based. Great work joining them. Good luck going to your first meeting, whenever that's going to be. What we do, tenant organizing program. Already, that's an amazing start. Events, orientation, tenant training, resources, tenant organizing manual Ontario, Toronto tenant map. Yep. That seems pretty good. That seems like they might actually be more... I mean, I'm not surprised that the Canadian effort is a bit more... I don't know. I know that the DSA does do a lot of stuff like this, right? They do a lot of like reaching out to different organizations and stuff, and maybe I've not read enough about the DSA to know that. But I just wanted to take a look at the DSC when you said you joined it, and to me that sounds pretty good. First meeting on the 11th, I'm busy. I'll likely miss it, but I'll make it to the second. Nice.
The US.
Well, no, that'll still be your first, because you won't be able to make your first one on the 11th. You'll be going to the next one. That'll still be your first meeting.
The U.S. relationship with Bahrain here being targeted. These are data.
I know what you meant. I'm being pedantic.
Amazon data centers being targeted in Bahrain. 2 of them were targeted. Bloomberg verified this. That satellite imagery shows 2 damaged Amazon.com Inc. data centers in Bahrain, supporting Iran's claims last week that they actually did this, which every single one of these does. The significant damage to the 2 data centers in the towns of Zalak and Ashkar, alleging that they were targeted because of Amazon's support for U.S. military operations. ACLED, the Armed Conflict Location and Event Data Organization, reported on July 24th, Iranian forces fired projectiles and hit Amazon's data center in Zalak. Following an earlier attack on 22 July, the Bahrain telecommunications company RJR Data Center in Asghar, which hosts AWS cloud infrastructure, was struck on the 18th and the 21st. So repeated strikes on this cloud and Amazon data center infrastructure that you can see here clearly being targeted in this SOAR Atlas map. So that is the battle damage from Iran this week. And again, we had 5 of the days this week. There was no exchanges of fire. So I expect next week we'll have much more on Iran. Already today, we have much more. As I have stated multiple times, we are seeing satellite footage emerge just before coming on air of multiple F-35s being struck on the apron at Muwafaq al-Salti Air Base. So let's take a look at Yemen now, because Yemen has joined this battle and locked down the strait, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait that you see there. This is a photograph from the International Space Station. You can see the strait running off the Yemeni coast. And again, where Ansar Allah and the Yemeni armed forces are strongest is along that border in the country. So they have overwatch over the strait, and they have turned back dozens of Saudi vessels. And the key to this is that Saudi has a pipeline that runs to Yanbu, which is just up in the Red Sea. And that pipeline was supposed to be a way to bypass the Strait of Hormuz with 4 to 6 million barrels a day. Probably on the lower end of that. I think the higher end is the wish casting. But in any case, several millions of barrels, in addition to the Strait of Hormuz being taken off the oil market globally. And the Iranians are backing this. The head of the Quds Force said that lifting the 11-year blockade on Yemen is a legitimate and humanitarian demand for the oppressed people of that country of Yemen. General Ismail Khani said lifting the 11-year blockade is necessary. And the other thing that's interesting about this is the fact that the Saudi ships are very large crude carriers.
Here's the Lee Anderson link from Twitter if you want to check it out.
Let me answer your question. And you've asked quite a few times. You said, which country would possibly stop us doing this? The answer, sir, is France. That's the country that will stop you doing it. They've been explicit. They haven't just said, we'll look at this, we're not that happy about it, and we'll discuss it. They've issued an absolutely blunt rejection of your plan yesterday. An official spokesman for the French government has said this plan, bioreform, will not run. We will not accept it. We will not accept British naval vessels coming into our territorial waters because it is illegal. So they have that's their answer to you. You just seem to ignore it.
So it's illegal to save lives in the English Channel. I think we're not going to agree on this, guys. It's not been tested yet. It's not been tried. So, I mean, how do you know? How do you know it won't work? It's not been tried.
Well, I mean, it's not for us to say whether it's going to work or not. We're telling you what the French...
That's what you're saying. You're telling me it won't work.
We're telling you what the French government is saying, and you would not be able to do it without the agreement of the French government.
I'm telling you what Reform's policy is.
And you don't
have
the agreement of
in
the French
English
government.
Channel and to return them back to France.
It's
and
not
stop
workable,
this
is it?
Awful trade.
It's not workable.
And it will work. And
It's
it will
not
save
workable.
lives.
Without the agreement of the French government, it's not a workable policy.
It will save lives, 100%.
Okay.
Just say anything, mate. Just say it'll save lives.
I don't think we can go much further on this because I mean we're trying to, as Charlotte says, we're not actually. It's not up to us to criticise your policy. It may be a wonderful policy.
You are criticising it.
No, we're just pointing out that it won't work without the agreement of the French authorities.
Well, that's criticism.
No, it's just fact. I'm telling you what the French government is saying.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact, Charlotte. It's not been tried yet.
This is a fact that the...
It's not a fact. It's not been tried. This is so good, dude. Reform's policy is never having to do any of this, so we can say what we like. I mean, this is the thing, right? This is the actual thing. Like, you know, what would they actually feasibly be able to do? How much money would they have in order to be able to do the things that they want to do? How much resistance would they come up against if it did happen? You know, it is quite funny seeing the establishment media having a go at reform nowadays because they're quite clearly terrified of a Trump-style government that would consistently sue the media that they don't like into the ground. Right.
French government are telling you it would be a violation of their sovereignty and it wouldn't be legal. That's a fact to say. That's what the French government have said.
And it's a violation of our sovereignty with the French keep escorting these people across the English Channel. Many of these migrants go to commit awful crimes in our country. That's a violation of our sovereignty, and my constituents are fed up with it.
Hang on a minute. Did he say migrants committing crimes in our country is a violation of our sovereignty?
Government are telling you it would be a violation of their sovereignty and it wouldn't be legal. That's a fact to say. That's what the French government have said.
And it's a violation of our sovereignty with the French keep escorting these people across the English Channel.
He's saying that the French are escorting people across the English Channel. That's great. That's great. War with France again. Hell yeah, dude. Reform don't want to take us back to the 1970s. They want to take us back to the 1570s, the 1540s, 50s, whenever the fuck we were at war with fucking France. You know? That's crazy, dude.
I don't
the 1200s, the thousands.
Crimes in our country. That's a violation of our sovereignty, and my constituents are fed up with it.
Well, I'm not.
Bro, where is he? Where is he? He's in like the fucking flattest part. He's in Calais.
You know, things need to be done, but if the French won't agree to it, then unfortunately it's not a workable policy.
I think it would be so funny if the French police just arrested him for saying stuff like this. That would be so good.
Sean, I've said it about 10 times now. We don't know till we've tried it.
Okay, well...
We don't know till we tried it? No, but you do. It's not about we don't know till we try it, is it? Because if the French government are saying, we will fucking detain your boats if you do this, they're telling you what will happen. When he said it'll save lives, he meant white people in England, not migrants. Oh, yeah, no, of course. Yeah. These people just think that migrants are just murdering loads of people in Britain all the time. Whereas the actual reality is that climate change related deaths is murdering people in England of any fucking race.
Perhaps if you speak to the French authorities and follow up with them.
Funnily
fuddling them off.
Are being loaded at Yanbu, and they're loaded too heavy. They're too deep to go through the Suez Canal. And so they're essentially, they either have to go with a lower flow rate, multiple ships, whatever the oil equivalent of roll on, roll off, they have to put it on a ship in Yanbu, take it to the edge of the Suez Canal, unload it onto a different ship, send that ship through, unload the other half onto another ship, send that ship through, get through the Suez, and then reload them. This is just something that is a really impactful blockade on the strait. And some people might ask, how did this begin, other than the fact that Saudi has blockaded Yemen for the past 11 years, a deadly blockade, a humanitarian catastrophe that has been said many times by all humanitarian organizations, the United Nations, everyone involved in humanitarian work has called this a catastrophe for more than a decade, and no one does anything about it. But the Yemeni resistance is deciding to do something about it at this time when the deal between Iran and the US says that there will be a halt to aggression in all countries of the Axis. So Yemen getting in on this. But what started this latest round, I'm going to show you this with audio in. This is a missile strike by Saudi Arabia on Sana'a, the international airport in Yemen, in an attempt to block an Iranian plane from landing, a blockade of the airport.
But now we know that Yemen have absolutely cooked the Saudi-backed mercenaries. Seeing this report in the past is quite funny, actually, because, he's talking about this threat to the Yemeni armed forces. And, we now know what has happened since then, which is incredibly funny.
In addition to the seaport. So here's a report by Yemeni television that was shown by Tasnim, the Iranian news channel. But this is Yemeni reporters who are watching these strikes. And there's going to be audio again in. You're going to hear explosions in this next round. Let's go to number 30B. That falling debris that you can hear is always the telltale sound of authenticity. You can watch here. These are standoff Storm Shadow air-launched cruise missiles, multi-million-dollar cruise missiles, and they launched 10 of them, more than 20 million, to try to stop this landing, but they failed. They didn't even hit their targets, as you could see in that. They're just hitting the
They're firing blind, chat. They're totally firing fucking blind. They can't see a fucking thing on any of their systems because they've all been taken out by Iran, and they are just hitting nothing. They're falling out of shit wood and hitting pavement.
Runway. But that is what led Yemen to respond, a blockade for a blockade. And in response, the Yemeni armed forces attacked Saudi Aramco, their major oil facilities in Yanbu and Jazan. And you can see that in the next slide. They responded immediately. And you can see here from NASA fire tracking satellites, again, using the SOAR Atlas, 3D Atlas. You can see what targets here, oil depots. It could be a lot worse. They could target the physical refinery as well. I think these are just the opening shots. But the main export artery for Saudi Arabia through Yanbu is under attack. As a result of that first video that I showed you. If we look at 32, we can see the UK Maritime Transportation Organization, trade operation, run by the UK Navy. You can see this is a ship, a Saudi very large crude carrier being turned around. The notice from the UK MTO says, has received a report of suspicious activity. The master of a tanker has reported hearing an explosion while transiting the southern Red Sea. The report confirms that the crew and the vessel are safe. No environmental damage has been reported. The vessels are advised to transit with caution. But that vessel turned around, like several dozen others have turned around so as not to be fired on by the blockade that is being enforced by the Yemenis. And also this week, if we take a look at 33, you could see the Yemeni armed forces here downing Bayraktar Raider drone, the Akinja, which is a strategic $30 million plus high altitude, long range drone. You can see it's massive, burning on the ground with the Yemeni tribes.
They let the Saudi-linked Pakistan flag waving one through, though. Is that true?
Encircling it, something we've watched on this show for almost 3 years now, watching these drones literally by the dozens, by the scores, if you will, that we have tracked. This drone was part of a major strategic alliance between Turkey and Saudi Arabia, $3 billion deal to get these drones into the Saudi. We can look at the next ones, have photos of the same thing. This drone was shot down in Al Jauf, which is in the north of Yemen, earlier this week, and you can see it. And this is a joint project, the Bayraktar Akinja project is such that they are training. They trained the first group of pilots graduated late last year, and at the graduation ceremony was the Air Force commanders from the Saudi and Turkey Air Force. So this is a real joint project here, and this particular drone, this Bayraktar drone, has 24 hours endurance. It can carry a 1,500 kilogram payload, so it has offensive capabilities. It's a sophisticated drone that can be interoperable with fighter aircraft, and so this.
Al Jazeera English: 2 Pakistan-flagged oil tankers carrying Saudi crude have sailed through the Red Sea and Bab el-Mandeb without incident, despite the Houthi blockade against Saudi Arabia, according to a maritime intelligence company. That's because no one is brave enough to attack Pakistan. I mean, that could be true. I don't know. That could be true. Like, Yemen could go, we don't want any beef with Pakistan. Actually, I think that would be a stupid idea. I don't know, man. It's still Saudi crude. I don't know. Oh, Pakistani troops are stationed in Saudi Arabia. That could be what it is. That could be why it is, right? That's possibly what it is. But yeah. Makes sense. They have nukes, to be fair. I mean, I can't see Pakistan nuking Yemen unless they wanted to. I think if Pakistan nuked Yemen, their relationship with Iran will be over. I think that would be a deeply stupid thing for Pakistan to do. I could see them using their troops in a ground offensive, though. Yeah, but that would also be extremely stupid. Because, you know, I think Iran would have something to say about that. You know? I think Iran would certainly have something to say about that. I don't know. I'm also kind of, like... I'm a little bit skeptical of that, because I'm thinking, like, what is... They got the defense pact with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Yeah, but everything's up in the air, right? Everything's up in the air at the moment. It's not been tested. That's what I mean. These things are all well and good on paper when the vassal states are being protected by the United States. Pakistan also thinks it's being protected by the United States. It's looking across the Gulf and going, oh, okay, that's what we get. You know? So, I think it could be that. It could not. I just don't know. I just don't fucking know. Who knows?
This is really the crown jewel of Turkey's military industries that we're looking at burning here on the ground. And Yemen didn't let that pass. They put out the psychological operations video this week about the Bayraktar drone being dropped. You can see it here. There, it's the crown jewel of the military manufacturing. It says here it's going to talk about the summer of 2023 deal that just had its first pilots graduated late in 2025. And it's one of the largest deals in Turkish military export history. And you can see the plane there is very significant. They're showing us there the radar of the, the assumption is that as a 358, we can.
The US stopped providing Pakistani military equipment since 2017. They've been getting Chinese gear. Yeah. But they do what the US says, right? It's not that they're occupied in the way that the Gulf states are, right? It's just that they want to appease America, and so they do what America says.
Enough, but this drone flies 10,000 plus feet higher than the MQ-9 that had been picked off time and time again with the 358 missile. And this says your gamble failed. What remains is debris. So your gamble of sharing military technology with Saudi and then deploying that in Yemen, that gamble failed, according to the Yemeni armed forces. And just one quick note from Lebanon, the Israelis said that an FPV drone overnight on Tuesday struck an Israeli D9 armored bulldozer at the Ali al-Taher Ridge. And that is the ridge that the Israelis said they controlled, and Hezbollah said they will not control and do not control. That's the strategic ridgeline north of Beaufort Castle.
Let's take a quick look at this. I just want to have a look at this video real quick. I'm searching for more and more information about, Yemen and Saudi, but I'm just coming across shit like this, and it's just really funny. Let's take a look at this.
The Yangtze River was so polluted, no ecologist thought that it could ever be restored. Somehow China pulled it off. At what cost, though? They planned and pulled off the largest expansion of wind turbines in world history. At what cost, though? The Chinese population is getting smarter while Western populations get dumber. At what cost? China's invested more into the environment and sustainability than any other country on Earth. At what cost? Their cars are better and cheaper than Western cars. At what cost? They have a stable economy. At what cost, though? Their zero COVID policy was massively successful in avoiding the same death toll the West had. At what cost? They're investing in other countries within the global south like Ethiopia and Cambodia. At what cost? They say they've eliminated poverty. That can't be true. 9 out of 10 Chinese families own their own homes. Yeah, this is all going to fall apart. There's no way this
is the property owning dream being tested.
It's going to
work. It's so good. I'll give you the link. Right there. It's fucking great. Get that guy on Instagram though, because I think this is just from Ashok Kumar. Yeah, get that guy on Instagram, Raoul Duke 6133. God, that's fucking funny as hell. Oh yeah, I heard about that too as well, Soph. Yeah. Check this. This is from military.com, right? So this is the kind of source that is reporting on this news. Right? Air medevac crew lost GPS during military jamming before fatal crash. 8 minutes after the medevac plane lifted off from Roswell, its GPS went dark. The crew was flying a Beechcraft King Air through the New Mexico night towards a patient waiting near Ruidoso. Without satellite navigation, they began asking for help. An air traffic controller called the supervisor, who reached out to the military and asked it to stop jamming, so they stopped jamming. The plane's GPS came back. The crew reported the airport in sight. They accepted a visual approach, the kind flown by looking out the window rather than instruments. With the aircraft lined up, the supervisor told the military it could turn the jamming back on. Roughly 5 minutes later, the King Air struck a mountain ridge in the dark. All 4 people aboard were killed. Hey, Follistan, how you doing? Oh, well, this is Soph that brought it up. I forgot about it. I forgot about it. I can't remember where I saw this before, but yeah, I totally forgot about this, and then Soph just reminded me. This is in May. This was in May last year. This year, sorry. So this is fucking 2 months ago. 4 people, including 2 nurses, right? That sequence of events comes from a preliminary report released by the National Transportation Safety Board. Has drawn national attention for a reason. It's the first known case in which military GPS jamming has been linked to a fatal civilian plane crash in American airspace. The flight went down in the early hours of May the 14th. The King Air, operated by Generation Jets for Trans-Aero Medevac, had left Roswell Air Center late on 13 to pick up a patient at Sierra Blanca Regional Airport. It never arrived. The wreckage was found hours later in steep terrain in the Capitan Mountains, and the crash ignited a wildfire that burned thousands of acres. It's been happening all over the US in the past year. It's almost caused many more. Why would anybody get on a plane in America after the Boeing stuff and now this? Yeah, this is just murder. Zero responsibility. It's just murder. They just killed people through negligence. What caused it has not been established. Wait, what? Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. They were testing. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, this is just manslaughter, right? You know? An executive with Trans-Aero Medevac said 2 nurses embody what it means to care for others. Their commitment to patients and teammates would not be forgotten. They were flying the kind of mission that defines air medical work, going to get someone who needed a hospital in the middle of the night over hard country. Yeah, and you can't just choose to not do that, right? I've been wondering what the fuck is going on with this. It feels like there's some sort of incident every month. I've never heard anything like this in the UK. No, never. Never. Flying without the plane's eyes in the dark. Yeah. Yeah. I see it happen on Iranian missile and drone launches. US and Israel start jamming. Yeah. Pilots warned of the testing in advance through federal notices, and the exercise runs in a set window, most of it overnight, built into the arrangement as a safety valve that controls a call, a stop buzzer. Jamming begins interfering with the civilian aircraft. The controller can ask the military to pause it. That's what happened for the medevac crew, and it worked briefly. The jamming stopped. The GPS returned. Then, after the crew reported the airport in sight, the jamming resumed. So they just were like, oh, you can see it. Fine. Turn it back on. Bang! Insane. Totally fucking insane. The stop buzzer and the surrounding friction were nothing new. For years before the May crash, air traffic controllers had filed reports through NASA's Aviation Safety Reporting System, raising alarms about the White Sands jamming. This is just years of warnings, bro. Years of warnings. Years of fucking warnings. It's just nuts. It's just totally fucking nuts. They just don't give a fuck. The American military just do not give a fuck, man. Military-industrial complex test weapons on citizens. Many such cases. There'll be meetings where people applaud this as a sign that the tech works. Yeah. Yeah. Mad stuff. Seriously mad stuff. Also, hi, Follistan. Hi, really, G-Nerf.
Hezbollah did not take credit for that strike.
Yeah, no worries, Morgana. Yeah, enjoy your lurk.
Ceasefire, and of course,
Leonardo's in Edinburgh test the laser target monitoring of the population of Edinburgh to be used in the F-35s. That's fucking insane.
The resistance report on day 1028 of Israel's genocide in Gaza, day 153 of the Iran war. And again, you can find past episodes of the resistance report on our YouTube channel at the resistance report playlist.
All right, chat. There we go. I'm going to call it there. I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you so much for all the support today. It's been really, really nice. We definitely smashed Dono sub goal for yesterday and today. So thank you very much. We're going to go raid someone, so don't go anywhere. Don't you dare touch that dial. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for following. Thank you for hanging out. Just being here. Oh, yeah, we got Rhizome. Yeah, Rhizome is live. Rhizome is streaming, so we're going to go and raid them. Chat, you'll love the Rhizome stream. It's always a good laugh. Rhizome is an incredibly good streamer when it comes to creating comedy out of some of the most deranged brain rot that you'll see on the internet. Let's go and support them in their quest. I will be back possibly on Sunday for Red Planet. I'm not entirely sure. I might be, might not be, don't know. If we're doing a show, we might not be. Something might happen, but just, you know, stay locked to the Red Planet hosts' Twitter and stuff like that. Go ahead and follow Red Planet on twitch.tv/Red Planet Live. You can also check out the Patreon as well. Make sure that you check out my socials as well. I do be posting and all that kind of business. But the stream will be back on Monday. So I will see you then. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out. Don't forget to check out the VOD channel as well if you want to check out some streams that you missed, some past channels. You can also check out my YouTube channels. Not posted on any of those for a couple of months, but that's going to change fairly soon. And yeah, stay excellent to each other, everybody. I will see you all on Monday, if not Sunday. Enjoy the weekend. Good night and peace.